Good morning and welcome to the fourth meeting of the City of Edinburgh Council Portobello Park Bill Committee at consideration stage. I remind members, witnesses and those in the public gallery to switch off all mobile phones, Blackberries. Thank you. Before we start the oral evidence session, I would point out that we obviously have a number of issues to get through today. I would remind all witnesses that we already have the content of all objections and supplementary written evidence. In addition, as witnesses are aware, we have already considered a substantial amount of evidence on a number of issues raised in objections and covered in oral evidence at the preliminary stage. In particular, the precedent argument, alternative sites, the court decision and the consultation process. I will manage proceedings to allow all areas to be covered in a fair way. I would ask witnesses to focus on the main issues they wish to raise and avoid unnecessary repetition of information which the committee already has and which, along with oral evidence sessions, will all be taken into account. It is the expectation that the focus of these sessions is for each party to probe the other in relation to the issues in question. That is the purpose of cross-examination, to assist members to make a decision on those issues. I would also reiterate, however, that the committee's role is not to carry out a planning inquiry. The committee appreciates that for some this will be an unfamiliar situation. As this session involves groups of objectors appearing together, I will briefly set out the overall format. The lead objectors and promoters' lead spokesperson will be responsible for coordinating the evidence for the respective parties. I will firstly invite each group's lead objector to make a brief general introductory remark. The promoter will then have the same opportunity. We will then move to each of the categories where a spokesperson from each group on each issue within the category will be invited to outline briefly concerns on a specific issue. Therefore, for Category 1, a lead spokesperson in turn from each group should speak on each issue. Firstly on loss of amenity, then on social, environmental and financial impact, then on the replacement of open space. We will only expect one person from each group to speak on each issue. Once all the issues within a category have been addressed, the promoter will be invited to state its position on each of the key issues in the category. Both parties will then have the opportunity to cross-examine each other on all the issues in the category. Lead objectors will have an opportunity for any final comments on that category. Consideration will then move on to the next category of objections and the same format will be followed. Following conclusion of proceedings on all categories, members will then be invited to question witnesses from both parties, although members may raise a question for clarification at any point in the proceedings. To conclude, both lead objectors and the promoter will have the opportunity to make brief closing remarks. Where a group does not wish to address a specific topic within a category, please indicate that intention at the start of the consideration of the relevant category. The promoter should also indicate whether it wishes to address any issues where the objectors consider that an issue does not require to be raised at that session. So I hope that's clear. We now move to the first formal session, and I welcome the witnesses representing objectors from Group 2 and 4. There are only two objectors from Group 2, Jennifer Peters and Ian Ross, and from Group 4, Gillian Dunn, lead objector Dr Gordon McCulloch, Archie Burns and Stephen Carr. Yes, they have a question.
Yes. Can you clarify if we were told by Stephen that more than one person should speak on each issue?
We would prefer that only one speaks to an issue, but if you have an additional point that you wish to raise that hasn't already been raised, of course I'll allow time for that, but I would ask you not to repeat the evidence that we've already heard in order that we can get through all the evidence this morning. As you can see, it's a very, very long timetable and we do have only a short time available to us this morning. And sorry, I'll go back to those representing the promoter now. So Billy McIntyre, Head of Resources, Children and Families at the City of Edinburgh Council. Ian Strachan, Principal Solicitor, Legal Risk and Compliance, City of Edinburgh Council. Charles Livingston, Associate at Brodie's LLP. And Brian Thompson, Managing Director, JM Architects. Okay, I now invite Jennifer Peters, followed by Gillian Dunn, as lead objectors for Groups 2 and 4 to provide brief introductory remarks on behalf of their respective groups. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Jennifer Peters and I'm here today to represent the 303 formal objectors to the private bill who live around the park and who benefit from its existence. There are many more who object to the development of the park but did not take the time to object in writing. We welcome the opportunity from Scottish Parliament to highlight concerns we have and that have not been addressed on this matter. It is very easy to take the moral high ground and pretend it's all about the children when your own local park is not affected and you yourself are unaffected by the loss of someone else's. But let's be clear, this private bill has nothing to do with benefiting children. The children's school is not in question, only its site. Who cares more for the future of children, those fighting for a school and a park, or those fighting to get a school on their park? The City of Edinburgh Council have themselves acknowledged there are alternative site options to build the school on. This is not and never has been about a council seeking to provide the best educational facilities it can for a community. This is about a council trying to get its hand on a free development site. Andy Whiteman and James Perman, who have conducted the most prodigious research into common good, concluded that the estimated value of the common good assets that should be held on behalf of communities to generate wealth and community benefit might easily stand at around £1.8 billion, and this is from the Common Good Land in Scotland, a Review and Critique 2005. The total value they could identify from Scottish Council figures in 2005 was 1/10 of that estimate, with a reported £190 million of common good land in Scotland. This is not and never has been about a council seeking to provide the best educational facilities it can for a community. This is about a council trying to get its hands on a free development site. The whole of Scotland, and other councils included, are looking to see if the Scottish Parliament will allow this private bill to proceed and enable this protected open space to be removed from the community. We will cover the points today in the order that the Bills Committee have outlined to me in their communication of the 13th of March. I have with me Ian Ross, who will cover all points in relation to road safety, traffic and congestion that will be covered in Category 2, and I will cover the remaining points for Group 2.
Thank you. Gillian Dunn.
Good morning. My name is Gillian Dunn and I am the lead objector for Group 4. I'm a resident of Portobello and I've got a teenage son who attends Portobello High School. I'm also a member of the Portobello High School Parent Council. I'm being assisted this morning by Dr Gordon McCulloch, Mr Stephen Carr and Mr Archie Burns. The issues that we will be focusing on as a group are primarily the loss of amenity, the impact of the loss of amenity on physical and mental health, park usage, historical and current, road safety issues, alternative sites, misinformation provided by the Council, and the pre-introduction consultation process and the role of the Council. It is clear to us that since 2006, the Council had a very clear objective to develop the park. Everything they have done since then has been to that end. There has also been a cynical campaign to split the community and silence any opposition to the plan of destroying the park. Anyone who dares to speak up for the park is branded anti-school, anti-children, selfish NIMBYs, liars, or just plain stupid for failing to understand the issues involved. We have submitted a number of examples of the type of comments park supporters are subjected to, which have appeared on social media. One example is a tweet to park supporter from Sean Waters, Chair of PFANS and Secretary of the Portobello Community Council.
I really don't think that's appropriate. This isn't the remit of this.
Okay, but I just wanted to say it's against that background of intimidation, bullying and just general undermining that we speak today.
That's fine. Now invite the promoter to make any opening remarks.
Good morning, Convener. I believe you introduced this, so I'll not take time up to do that again. Firstly, I'd like to thank the committee for giving us the opportunity to attend today. I hope we can address the issues and concerns that are being raised by the objectors and a response to the point they make. I'd also like to apologise once again for not being able to attend the last evidence session and to thank the committee for their understanding regarding the circumstances which prevented me from doing so. I am, however, pleased that my colleagues, as I fully expected, were able to address all questions which arose during that session. Portobello High School is Edinburgh's largest school and is in urgent need of replacement. It is outdated, in poor condition and not suited to modern teaching requirements. Since 2009, more than £2 million has already been spent on essential works just to keep the school open, and significant further investment is still required to keep the school safe and fully operational until a new school is built. There has been extensive assessment of other potential sites on several occasions, and the Council firmly believes that Portobello Park is by far the best, most cost-effective and quickest location on which we could deliver the new school. We do appreciate that building on an area of open space is an emotive issue, but this is not a decision that was taken lightly or without thorough consideration. We believe that the new school, the fantastic new pitches that will be freely accessible to the local community, and the compensatory and impact mitigating measures that will accompany the project will result in significant community benefits, more than compensating for the loss of part of Portobello Park. We believe that is reflected in the very strong local support for the proposals. Many of the issues today, including loss of open space and amenity, social, environmental and financial impact, visual impact, road safety and traffic impact, as you have said, were also raised by objectors in the planning process, including many of the objectors to the private bill. They have therefore already been considered in great detail by the Council's Development Management Subcommittee, both when the original application was first considered and approved several years ago, and also during the more recent renewal of the planning consent. Where valid concerns were identified, appropriate mitigating measures were proposed and have already been approved, and those will be put in place should the project proceed. We would stress that such issues are not directly relevant to the consideration of the bill, which concerns the status of the park and the Council's powers in relation to it. The bill does not authorise the construction of the school itself, nor does it contain provisions relating to any of the issues dealt with in the planning process. We note from the preliminary stage report that the committee is conscious that its role is to scrutinise and come to a view in a bill that has been referred to it, and not to take over the Council's role as a local planning authority. We nevertheless note that the objectors continue to raise the detail of the matters already dealt with during the planning process, and we're covering many of these today. Throughout this project, we have listened to the local community, and we've tried to respond to their concerns wherever we can, including introducing the new area of open space on part of the existing combined site of Portobello High School and St John's RC Primary School as a direct consequence to concerns raised about the overall loss of space. In the introductory remarks, the objectors have suggested that the park is a free development site. Far from it. The significant area of open space that we will be re-providing on the existing school site comes at a value that will be very close to that which would be offered by the existing park site, so it is by no means free. We've consulted the local community on what they would like to see in this new area of open space. We've agreed that local people could book and use the new sports facilities free of charge when they are not being used by the school, to address concerns that were expressed that local people may not otherwise have been able to access them. And as the committee had last time, during the original planning process, we removed a proposed entrance to the north of the site from the plans in response to concerns this could lead to the golf course being used as a shortcut to and from school. In addition, the school design is very sympathetic to its location, being set well back from Milton Road and using the existing landform to minimise the building's height and impact. Other compensation and mitigation measures have also been proposed and will be put in place in respect of many of the other issues that have been identified. The Council is confident these mitigating measures will be effective, but would nevertheless be happy to engage with any concerned parties who believe otherwise. Such engagement would be usual for the consideration stage of a private bill, and indeed we invited objectors to get in touch with us in our letter to you, Convener, of 31st of January, which circulated to all of the objectors. However, to date, no objector has approached the Council to discuss any issue or to provide any proposals for enhanced or alternative measures they believe would satisfy their concerns. We hope that today's session will shed some light on whether there is anything we can do to alleviate the objectors' concerns.
Thank you. Okay, we now move to the first category of objections, and I invite the spokesperson for Group 2 to speak to the first set of issues, which is the loss of amenity, use of the park, including associated issues of mental health and well-being.
Thank you. In City of Edinburgh's own Open Space Action Plan, which supports their open space strategy, they define Portobello Park as large open space not meeting standard. And they do not class it as access to play space. City of Edinburgh Council manage the park, but they do not maintain it as they do other parks in Portobello. For the last few years, it has required several residents to call the Parks Department before the grass is cut, and over last summer you could count on one hand the number of times it was cut. This makes it practically unusable with small children. The railings are in poor repair and are never painted. There is one bench, there are no formal paths, no planting, no swings or other facilities found in the other parks in the area and around Edinburgh. It is still loved by locals, and despite these adverse conditions, a race, a park clean-up, a party on the park were all held last year with significant attendance. The park continues to be used by runners, local childminders and nurseries for nature walks, for the odd kick-around, and of course the much-maligned dog walkers. The park is free to everyone, 24/7. Facilities provided by the school won't be, and their access will be limited. It is unethical for City of Edinburgh Council to fail to maintain the park and then to make claim that the park is underused. Joppa United used to play and train on the park. There were regular football tournaments held there. A July 2011 email from Edinburgh Leisure confirmed Joppa United played on Sunday mornings from September 2010 to May 2011 and trained every Tuesday evening, installing a training light on the pavilion to allow them to do this, and the costs were split between Edinburgh Leisure and the club. But the goalposts were removed by City of Edinburgh Council. Joppa United subsequently disbanded as they could find no other affordable training or playing sites. At the moment, it is possible to run or walk a circuit around the perimeter of the park. However, the proposed new path across the south side only allows a pedestrian to enter either the Park Avenue or Hope Lane side and to cross to the other side. This interrupts the permeability of the site. The tiny amount of 0.6 hectare that would be left, which is dissected by a park, would not be usable for the purposes for which the park currently is. Please see the drawing in my evidence 1, which shows the amount of parkland remaining. In addition, building a school on the park changes the relationship people will have with that space, and the locals may have concerns over being seen hanging around what is effectively the school grounds. None of the other schools built in the city have open access. They are secure by design. Yet there seems to be no concern over the security on the Portobello Park development. This seems to be a contradiction in the Council's own policy. The Council has admitted in its report to Planning Committee on the 4th of December 2013 that the proposed replacement new park on the current school site might be a greater walking distance than Portobello Park to areas south of Milton Road. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. I now invite someone from Group 4 to cover any points not already addressed.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Stephen Carr, and I've lived in Portobello about a mile or so from the park for 5 years. I want to cover objections concerning the loss of amenity caused by the proposed development. That parks provide an important amenity to local residents is well established. Indeed, Edinburgh City Council's own park strategy document from 2006 opens with the ringing statement that parks are an essential element of the modern city. Parks are the barometer of a city's health. The park strategy's far-sighted and laudable objectives were to ensure that there's an equitable distribution of parks so that everyone can have access to them, and to provide a diverse range of open space for recreation, relaxation and enjoyment. The point about providing a diverse range of open space is important. I personally use Portobello parks to walk my 2 dogs. I'm one of the much maligned dog walkers. Amongst the local parks, it is unique in that it consists of a large, open, undeveloped but safe space. Many of the other local parks are smaller and contain things like play equipment. So a large open field, fenced from the road and bordered by attractive woodland on the edge and on the golf course side, make it particularly valuable to me as a dog walker. I'm not alone in this. The Council itself acknowledged in its park strategy that, quote, dog walkers are amongst the most regular of park users, and there are demonstrable health benefits accruing from dog ownership, health benefits that Dr. McCulloch will touch on later. In the past, the park has provided a broader range of amenities. There used to be some football goalposts, which were removed and have not been replaced. Going further back, I believe there were softball pitches, and there has always been the scope for informal games. As a result of the Council's neglect, the full potential of this park has not been realised. As Ironside Farrer's December 2009 report into the usage of the park noted, provisions of facilities are limited. There are no facilities for young children, school-aged children or young adults apart from the football pitches, now gone. There are only 3 benches in the park, we're now down to 1, located alongside the busy Milton Road. There are no other facilities. Therefore, the park offers very little reason or opportunity for visitors other than footballers and dog walkers to use the park. This will inevitably have a bearing on overall visitor numbers. Nevertheless, despite this neglect, the park remains a valuable public asset. The woodland along both sides of the park give it an unusual, natural feel. Many of the other local parks are smaller, more enclosed, and feel much more urban. There are many mature trees, woodland plants and wildflowers in the corridor between the park and the golf course, and in the Millennium Wood, which will be either lost, made inaccessible or put at risk by this development. The Council's promise that the wooded areas would be improved by active management begs a question of why they have been so neglected for so long by the same Council, and ignores the impact of the development and the sheer scale of the school's population. A walk in the woods is not the same as a walk around a school. Whilst walking in the park, I enjoy the spectacular views of Arthur's Seat from the Hope Lane end and the views from the Milton Road end across the Firth of Forth towards Fife. Views like this are an important amenity in themselves. To quote from the Council again, this time from the Skyline study, Edinburgh's iconic skyline forms an essential part of the character and appearance of the city. It's a unique asset that it's important to protect. Indeed, the view towards Arthur's Seat itself is a protected view. Maybe this just means protected until the Council changes its mind. If the park is developed, this view will no longer be available from within the park, and the view from the Hope Lane end will be marred by the erection of fencing around the school and by the school building itself. Whilst there are other parks in Portobello, parts of the community, particularly in the Christians area on the other side of Hope Lane, where many properties have limited private garden space, will no longer benefit from being within a 400-metre walking distance of accessible green space of at least 500 square metres, an objective identified in the Council's own open space strategy of September 2010. Ideas for compensatory space, should we choose to believe the promises, on either the site of the existing school or through improvements at Magdalen Glen, ignore the distances from Portobello Park in the case of the existing site, and the very different nature of a steeply sloping site in the case of Magdalen Glen. In other words, we will still lose a space that's unique in terms of its openness and its use for dog walkers, its natural setting, and the superb views that it provides. The open space strategy that I referred to earlier identified Portobello Park as one of the city's large parks that was to be improved to a standard of good. Given that the Council was already planning to build on the park, plans first unveiled in 2006, this statement was misleading to say the least. The park usage audit from March 2010 stated that existing uses of the park, mainly as a walking venue, should not only be preserved but should be improved wherever possible, plainly incompatible with current plans. I hope that this demonstrates that there is absolutely nothing particularly remarkable or controversial about the values we seek to protect. Indeed, these values are enshrined in successive Edinburgh City Council policies towards parks, open space and skylines expressed over a decade or more. These are the same values that this same Council now finds it convenient and expedient to ignore. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Carr. Okay, I now invite a spokesperson from Group 2 to speak on the second set of issues, which is the social, environmental and financial impact, please.
Excuse me, we still have... Dr McCulloch would like to speak on the health issues. We were told that that would be acceptable.
Okay.
We're still in Category 1.
Yes, but if I'll refer you back, I'll amend, but I doubt refer you back to what I said. I said I now invite a spokesperson from Group 4. So that was one spokesperson. I said I now invite a spokesperson from Group 4, which is yourselves, to cover any points not already addressed. And Mr Carr spoke. A spokesperson is what I said. I will allow Dr McCulloch in to speak, but I did give leeway as well when Mr Carr was speaking, because he covered a number of points that wasn't necessarily Group A, so I would just make that quite clear. But Dr McCulloch, if you could be concise, and then I'll go back to Group 2, please.
I'll try to be concise. My name's Gordon McCulloch. Until recently I was a GP in Portobello. For 25 years I cared for 5,000 patients within 1 mile of Portobello Park. My old surgery lies just 200 yards from the park. I've also lived in Portobello over that period and used the park regularly. I'd like to make 3 points. Green space is good for health and destruction of green space is bad for health. Point 2, Following on from this, naturally, destruction of the green space of Portobello Park is bad for the health of the community. Number 3, the cause of this risk to health is the Edinburgh City Council's failure to consider the health consequences of this private bill. Point 1, green space is good for health. That sounds completely normal and sensible. We all intuitively know it must be good. We've all experienced well-being during and after a walk or some activity in open space and fresh air. Conversely, if we're denied open space and fresh air, we're going to feel less well. Professionally, I've learned that patients with disabilities and chronic disease benefit from easy accessibility and use of open spaces. In 1849, John Muir emigrated from Dunbar to America, where he eventually became a national hero. Like us, he instinctively felt that open space and wilderness were essential to our well-being and vitality. And he felt so passionately about protecting these spaces from building and development that he became a founding member of the National Parks of America. They became the blueprint for national parks everywhere. He is the father of green space, and we should be proud to know he came from these parts. We would understand.
Sorry, can I interrupt there? Just on the park, please. I mean, it is obviously a very interesting point you're making, but
this is
specifically on the park, not about the history of this gentleman, please. As I said, I tried to be concise. As for one spokesperson to an issue, I spoke about that at the first meeting. I've reiterated the point. If you could be concise, mainly on the point of this bill, because the committee cannot look at anything else. We're restricted in that as well.
I'm certainly going to come to that.
But, well, I would like you to come to it now, please. Thank you.
What? I am trying to make the point. Point 1 was green space is good for health, destruction of green space is bad for health. Am I allowed to make that point?
But I don't need from the 1800s all the way through to make that point.
I'm talking about the human intuition of green space. So I think it's a reasonable
point.
Concise. I'm now going to come on to the parts, the summary of the submission I made.
Right.
Okay.
Well, on the summary, but not the information we already have, as I previously gave.
I certainly hope you read that.
Okay.
So there's now burgeoning scientific evidence to back up this human intuition. I've submitted 8 research papers studying the various effects of green space on human health. I assume you'll have read them, so I'm going to summarise them briefly. They show that easy accessibility to green space is associated with lower levels of reported and measured stress, better levels of mental health, a greater tendency to walk and participate in moderate to vigorous physical activity, a greater sense of well-being generally, and a greater sense of well-being specifically through social engagement, group activities, and a sense of space. The poorest group of Scottish men also live longer when they have easy access to green space. Conversely, lack of accessibility to green space is associated with more neck, back and shoulder complaints, more depression and anxiety, more respiratory, urinary and intestinal infections, more asthma, more chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. The Scottish Government and Parliament have been particularly forthright on the issue with published strategies and policies on green space and health. I've submitted the relevant documents SPP 11 and PAN 65. I must say that the Scottish Government and Parliament already have a fine record on public health issues. Thanks to them, Scotland was the first country to ban smoking, UK country to ban smoking in public, one of the first countries in the world to tackle minimum pricing of alcohol, and through land reform and the Right of Rome have opened up many more open spaces for many more Scots. Again, they have given recognition to the importance of open space and health in their policy document, Scottish Planning Policy 11. First, key and overriding stated objective is to protect and enhance open space. They go on to state, open spaces enrich our quality of life in our environments. Access to good quality open space and facilities which encourage people to walk, run, cycle or ride horses are an essential component in the drive to get more of the population physically active and can contribute to the Scottish Government's objective of a healthier Scotland. Physical activity can improve mental health and well-being, and the presence of tranquil green spaces close to where people live and work, can encourage relaxation. I think that's great, concise and pertinent. Even better, providing play space and other opportunities for children and young people to play freely, explore, discover and initiate their own discoveries, their own activities, can support their well-being and development. Open space can also provide a rich and accessible resource for education. Fantastic. So, to conclude point one, there is plenty of evidence that green space is good for health, plenty of evidence that the destruction of it is bad for health. Point two is the destruction of the green space of Portobello Park is bad for the health of the community. This follows on naturally from the point I was trying to make, Convener, about the global perspective on global space. Looking at our own local situation, it is clear the private bill will destroy most of the green space. It is clear there is no adequate replacement for that space. And even if there were, the unique qualities of the park are irreplaceable. We're all unique human beings. You will have read the personal accounts of the objectors and all their own individual views of how the park has contributed to their own health and well-being and how it will suffer from the lack of green space. All unique accounts, but there's a common theme there. Professionally speaking, I can think of many former patients whose medical problems have been improved by easy access to the park through activity, simple access to fresh air and sunshine, sights and sounds of nature, social engagement, the existence of an oasis and a retreat away from the suffering of disease, or for the housebound, simply seeing the space and watching it from afar. They would all suffer if their green space were to be destroyed. I would ask you, the Council and Committee, to consider with me that if we were poor, socially excluded, disabled, and suffering from chronic disease, and the Christians and the Magdalens, Portobello Park would most likely be the only green space we would ever see or experience. To summarise point two, destruction of the green space of Portobello will be bad for the health of the community. Point three is simply that the cause of this risk to the health is the Council's failure to consider the health consequences of this bill. And this is despite the wishes, strategies and policies of the Scottish Government and Parliament. It seems such a simple, self-evident fact that the health of the community will suffer from the destruction of Portobello Park. John Muir would have understood that. I understand it as a citizen and GP. Medical researchers I've quoted would understand it. All those who use and live around the park understand it. The committee today, I'm sure, understand it. The Scottish Government and Parliament understand it. So why does the promoter of this bill, the City of Edinburgh Council, not understand it? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so back to Group 2 now to speak in the second set of issues, social, environmental and financial impact. Ms Peters.
Much research has been done on the health and social benefit of open space, and for example, this quote from a report by the Design Council, and I refer you to supplementary evidence, category 1-2, public spaces are open to all, regardless of ethnic origin, age or gender, and as such, they represent a democratic forum for citizens and society. When properly designed and cared for, they bring communities together, provide meeting places and foster social ties of a kind that have been disappearing in many urban areas. These spaces shape the cultural identity of an area, are part of its unique character and provide a sense of place for local communities. The same report highlights that there is a growing concern about the health of the nation and particularly that of our children and young people. A variety of research has identified these startling facts. 20% of 4-year-olds are overweight, and 8% of 6-year-olds and 15% of 15-year-olds are obese. This increase in obesity is linked to ever more sedentary lifestyles and a reduction in outdoor activity. Evidence shows that adult patterns of exercise are set early on in life. Inactivity breeds inactivity, so lack of exercise when young can in turn create problems in adulthood such as diabetes and heart disease. It is not just the nation's physical health that's at risk. There are concerns too about people's mental well-being, given the stressful lives that many now lead. Each year, the economy loses millions of working days through stress-related employee absence. A report by Operation Groundwork identifies better health linked to green space, regardless of socio-economic status, rich or poor, your health is better. In addition, the Design Council report refers to research that found in a study carried out in the Netherlands, a view of a park was shown to raise house prices by 8% and having a park nearby 6%. It can be assumed then that the loss of a park view or of the park itself will result in a fall in the value of the properties affected in that way. Clearly this affects a great many residents living close to the park, for whom the proximity of the park was a deciding factor in their decision to purchase their homes. Regarding the environmental impact, there will also be many operational disturbances for residents, for example, day-to-day deliveries, refuse collection, additional traffic in a normally quiet street, hundreds of additional people travelling through the streets on foot and by bike, and littering. This is not to mention disruption, noise, dust, additional traffic and general inconvenience for residents during the construction period. The goods entrance on Park Avenue will introduce HGVs, commercial vehicles and school coaches onto a quiet, narrow residential street. There are strong concerns over the lack of a drop-off site, as neither Hope Lane, Park Avenue or the main Milton Road are suitable. There will be an increase in traffic noise in Hope Lane, Stanley Street and Park Avenue and an increase in air pollution. There are also concerns about light pollution, as external school lights in Edinburgh seem consistently to be left on. There will be parking problems for residents, as the Council has said it will be introducing parking restrictions at the top section of Park Avenue.
Thank you. Okay, I now invite a spokesperson from Group 4, please, to cover any points not already discussed.
I would just like to, in terms of park usage, I grew up in the Christians in the scheme, and that's a scheme that's most adversely affected by the build on the park. And back in the 60s and 70s, we were surrounded by open green space. That's all been developed now. It's Asda, Gilbertson Estate, the bypass. But that was our playground as well as Portobello Park, or the Golfie as we called it. The Council and PFANs have attempted to paint a picture of the park that I don't recognise, and that it's unused and unloved now and always has been. You heard evidence from Rosemary Muffet some months ago from PFAN saying, saying just that, really. My experience is very different to hers, and some of my happiest memories involve the park. Rosemary Muffet's brother, Tony Fusco, wrote to the Evening News on hearing her evidence and said, as one of Rosemary Muffet's two brothers, and having spoken to the other brother, I would like to discredit any notion that we have or had any negative feelings towards Portobello Park.
I'm more than happy to take evidence, and certainly your quotes, that's fine, but you're attributing them to people. So if you couldn't do that, I mean...
Well, okay, sorry, so someone's brother, so they said...
Well, you've already put that on record, so we have to move on from that. So if you can, I mean, obviously, if you've got other evidence and you do that, if you don't name the people, certainly we'll hear it, but when you identify them, we have to stop that.
Right, okay. So having spoken to other members of that family, it's clear that Mrs Muffet was really only speaking for herself, as the rest that I've spoken to value the park and want to keep it as much as I do. A contemporary of Rosemary Muffet and their brothers was Alec Cropley, the former Hibs, Arsenal and Aston Villa player, who also had 2 caps for Scotland. He wrote in his recent autobiography, Crops, I'll just quote you from it, "The only football that I played during this time was in the traditional but disorganised Sunday afternoon games in the local Portobello Park. The games that could range from 9-a-side to 14 and sometimes 15-a-side were keenly anticipated by all the participants, even those who played for organised teams on a Saturday. In the winter we would use the goalposts, and in the summer, when they had been removed to let the grass grow, jackets on the ground would suffice. When I was growing up, all the kids in my street played in the park, either football, rounders, or just hanging around, as kids and teenagers still do. The park was also used to host Portobello Festival on occasion. If the park is now underused, then I believe that is down to the lack of investment and lack of care on the part of the City of Edinburgh Council. That's all I want to say about the usage.
Thank you. Okay, I now invite a spokesperson from Group 2 to speak on the third set of issues, which is the replacement of open space, please.
City of Edinburgh Council initially said they would replace the open space lost by the proposed development. Then they said they wouldn't. I draw your attention to supplementary evidence for Category 1.3, the minutes from the full Council meeting on the 11th of March 2010, Section 3.32, which confirms the obvious replacement site being the site of the existing Portobello High School, but that this site is not in the right location to mitigate the loss of Portobello Park, and with a 2010 estimated value of £3.9 million was not an efficient use of council assets. The subsequent offer of a park on the existing school site only reappeared just before the private bill consultation. It was included in the consultation literature for the bill, yet it is not included in the actual bill itself. Therefore, I am sure City of Edinburgh Council and the Bill Committee can understand our scepticism over the Council's intention in this area. There is no binding commitment from the Council to provide replacement green space.
Thank you. And someone from Group 4 to speak to issues not already covered?
Would you just back up everything that Jennifer said? Would agree with all that?
Can I just add one thing?
Yes, Mr.
That, the school site is a school site and will remain a school site, so it's not an ideal location for a park because of that. The secured by design features that are required around the primary school would mitigate against many of the uses which could be performed on that park if it was to be developed.
Okay, thank you. I now invite the promoter to speak, to set its position on all the issues covered in Category 1, please.
Thank you, Convener. We have heard the concerns raised by the objectors about the... I'll cover all three categories in one, if I may, in the interest of time. We have heard the concerns raised by the objectors about the loss of amenity in open space. I think it's important to remind the committee and the objectors that the overall net loss of open space in the local area would be the equivalent of half a hectare, a little less than a football pitch. We know the existing park is mainly used for walking and dog walking, and we'd add that I'm aware that from a council perspective we've maligned dog walkers. Being the owner of 2 dogs myself and a regular walker of those dogs, certainly I would be the first one to defend dog walking, but the areas that I've walked my own dog are substantially smaller than even the area of open space will provide on the existing park, should that be allowed to proceed. And these activities could continue at the park site, with new paths added to the area of open space that will remain at the park and improvements made to the paths around the park and the golf course. These changes would also make it easier for those with limited mobility or young children to use the park and boundary paths, in other words, to make it more accessible. There was limited use of the former pitches, football pitches. The new pitches will bring life back into the park, perhaps allowing Joppa United to reform, with all weather pitches that can be used by organised clubs and others 7 days a week for extended hours, delivering a greater benefit to the local community. We have seen the difference that all-weather pitches can make at other schools, and there is great demand from local communities to use them. We can envisage no regular activity currently undertaken at the park that would not be possible on the replacement facilities. There should therefore be no discernible loss of amenity for any particular recreational or leisure activity. Objectors have talked in great length about close access to green space. In terms of the amount of green space, open green space in the local area, we've actually produced a map that we thought would be helpful to illustrate some of the points. This map demonstrates that there is, and will continue to be, a large amount of green space in the area, including Magdalen Glen, which will be upgraded as part of our compensation measures. The map has been prepared by reference to the standards set in the Council's open space strategy, which objectors have already referred to, and shows the current position in the area. The open space strategy has 2 elements, one of which has been referred to. The first is that houses and flats should be within 800 metres walking distance of a significant accessible green space of at least 2 hectares, and be of good quality for parks and gardens, or fair quality for other types. These areas are coloured in dark green on the plan. The second is that houses and flats should be within 400 metres walking distance of a significantly accessible green space of at least 500 square metres, and again of good quality for parks and gardens, or fair quality for other types. These are the areas in the plan that are coloured pale green, such as these. The red indicates dwellings that currently meet both elements of the Council's open space strategy. The pink, such as here, illustrates dwellings that meet the large open space standard only at present, and the blue indicates dwellings that meet the local open space standard only, such as here. Portobello Park is not coloured, and so does not count towards compliance with either standard because it is classed as being only of fair quality. The golf course is similarly not included, as it is not classed as being accessible, but nevertheless is a very large area of open space right in the middle of the area in question. The map also does not take into account Portobello Beach, as that is similarly not classified as open space for these purposes. Because Portobello Park does not count towards compliance with the standards set out in the Council's open space strategy at the moment, citing the school on Portobello Park would not alter the position of any dwelling in relation to these standards at present. Now you can see that the vast majority of dwellings in the area are already within 800 metres of a good quality area of open space of more than 2 hectares. The map shows that the provision of good quality open space in the vicinity of Portobello Park is generous, despite what the objectors have said this morning, with almost all of those living around the park already having areas of large, good quality open space within an 800 metres walk. These areas are Joppa Park, here, Joe Park and Bingham Park, down here, and Figget Park, up here. As you can see, there are also a number of other small open spaces, the ones that are highlighted in pale green, in the area that can be used also for informal activities. Magdalen Glen to the south of Portobello Park covers a significant area, but is not classified as a large area of open space. Now you will see, as the objectors have highlighted, that certain streets in the Christians area, immediately to the east of the park, here, are within a 400 metres walk of a local area of open space, but are not within 800 metres of a large area of open space. However, they are within a kilometre of Joppa Park, which is the distance that I believe Dr McCulloch referred to as being relevant to health impacts in his objection to the bill. The distance from here to Joppa Park is about 900 metres. As indicated earlier, the compensatory open space on the existing combined school site will be provided as a direct result of listening to people's views during the various discussions and consultations that have taken place on the school project. Yes, this is a different proposal from that in March 2010, but as I said earlier, that was in direct response to the concerns that were expressed about a loss of open space in the area. Firstly, we're being criticised for not providing it, and now we're being criticised for providing it. £1 million has been allocated for this purpose, and by involving the local community in deciding how it should be developed, we'll provide a new open space that will significantly enhance the overall provision of open space in the area. It will actually further improve. I should point out that it is here, so there would be a new area of open space, 2.16 hectares, in part of this area. We couldn't illustrate the precise area because that's not yet been defined. And there would be a new area of open space down here, and it would be retained on the park. It will actually further improve the level of compliance with the standards set in the Council's open space strategy by being within 400 metres of some of the streets in the Durham area that are currently coloured pink. These here. So actually, the provision of the open space here will improve the accessibility of a large open space for these in this area. These dwellings would therefore meet both elements of the open space strategy rather than just a large open space standard, and so would become red rather than pink. I simply fail to see how the health of the community will be adversely affected as a consequence of these proposals in light of the very, very generous provision of green and open space that already exists in this area. Given the existing provision of open space in the area and our proposals to add new areas of quality open space, those living in the area will very much continue to enjoy the health and social benefits of open space which the objectors have identified. The objectors referred in particular to the health benefits of encouraging physical activity and exercise, particularly in early age. We agree with that entirely, and would stress that one of the principal reasons why the park is by far the best site is that we could provide 2 pitches there to allow the school to provide all curricular PE activity on site. This would avoid time being wasted, busing pupils to off-site activities, and so substantially increase the amount of time available for physical activity and exercise. In addition, the possibility of booking access to the new all-weather pitches for free will give people living in the area the opportunity to benefit from having new and improved sports facilities within easy reach. We do recognise that those living closest to the park do have concerns about a school on their doorstep, but we've designed the new school to fit in sympathetically with its surroundings. The building would be set back from Milton Road by approximately 28 metres. Although it is arranged in parts over 3 storeys, the building's overall height will be comparable with the residences across Milton Road, due to the site being at a lower level than Milton Road. It will also be comparable in height to the adjacent properties on Park Avenue and to the existing tree line. The new pitches will be floodlit, but to minimise any disruption to local residents, conditions have been set on the operating hours, and the floodlighting has been designed to avoid any light spillage onto neighbouring houses. Some mature trees would have to be removed, but our landscaping plans would enhance the existing planting and enrich the biodiversity of the park. Scottish Natural Heritage themselves commented on the Council's proposals as part of the planning process and confirmed that they had no objection to the development. They noted that the environmental statement was thorough and contained the required surveys and assessments, as well as robust mitigation proposals. To address fears of noise, litter and vandalism, I would point out that Portobello High School is currently based in a residential area, as the committee has seen. The head teacher and staff are committed to ensuring a positive relationship with all of their neighbours and work hard to achieve that. I'm sure the school can address any concerns local residents may have, and both the school and council would be happy to engage with neighbours if and when the new school is in place and is built, to discuss any behavioural issues that might arise and steps that could be taken to address them. Claims that by the objectors that house prices in the area would be adversely affected are purely speculative. It could equally be argued that investing in a new state-of-the-art school and the accompanying improvements to community facilities could actually benefit house prices, not just locally but across the catchment area. If today's objectors have suggestions for measures that would address or mitigate their concerns on any of these issues, we'd be very happy to hear them.
Thank you. Okay, I now turn to the objectors to question the promoter on any of the issues in this category. If you just signal to me who would like to ask a question. Mr Carr.
One of the points you made, Mr McIntyre, at the start of your submission was to talk about the new sports facilities that the school would provide. These benefits would be available wherever you built the school. So they're attributable to a new school. They're not attributable just to a school on Portobello Park. So by building the school somewhere else, we'd benefit from these things and not lose existing public assets. Also, I find the notion that these facilities will be available, but only when not used by the school, in other words, at the weekends and in the evenings. This is not the same as a completely open, accessible green space. And I also worry about the notion of open public access to your enhanced pathways in the remaining green space, which I find hard to reconcile with the normal security arrangements of a school site.
Could you clarify your second question, just so that I fully cover it?
Yes, no. I mean, the first point was about the new pictures.
Yep.
And then I think you made the point about the loss of open...
Security of the school, Mr Carr.
Sorry?
Security of the school.
Yeah. You talk about the pathways that would be provided in the remaining bit of open space. Yeah.
Mr Carr, I thought there was a middle point. But let me address those two, and if I've missed anything, then I'll happily return to that. There will be 2 new pitches delivered if the proposal to deliver the school on Portobello Park does proceed. And there will only be 2 new pitches in the local area if it is delivered on the park. If it's delivered elsewhere, there will be it will be lucky if it will be 1. So there will be an increase in provision. But the accessibility of these facilities to those in the area in question, which is the area around Portobello Park, will be significantly improved. It will be on their doorstep relative to being a short distance away, which I believe Dr McCulloch was making reference to. So we've not argued that it is a net additional, but it will be new, it will be improved facilities. The existing park, the pitches, when they were being used, were bookable and they had to be paid for. We're providing those for free. So that's an enhancement to what was previously provided in the park that is surely of value and interest to the community. terms of your second point about public access, yes, paths are being provided through the area to make sure there's a significant level of permeability for the public. I would hope that that's something that the local community would welcome. The school and the areas of the school that need to be secured are secured, and these paths are provided out with that perimeter, so there's no risk of crossover between those members of the public using these paths and those that occupy the school during the course of the school day. So there is no conflict there, and it's entirely compatible with the security requirements for any school in the city.
So do I understand you correctly when you're effectively saying that the trade-off is between one all-weather pitch, if you built the school on the existing site, and losing a 6-acre park?
That's far from being the trade-off, but I will cover that later if I may, Convener.
Any further questions? Mr Burns and then.
In Billy's introduction, he said the replacement school had been identified, but he didn't tell us when it had been identified, the need for a replacement school. Could he clarify that and tell us why we're in 2014 now and it's not happened? This, to an extent, predates my joining the council. I do know that it was first looked at back in 2003. I'm sure we'll come to that, but there was an option to rebuild the school on the current site that was considered and was discounted. The proposal to deliver a replacement school was subject to a statutory consultation process in 2006, as I'm sure you'll be aware. Council approved that the preferred location for a new Portobello High School was on Portobello Park, and that was subsequently aggregated into what was called the Wave 3 programme, replacement of 5 schools in the City of Edinburgh area. The new Portobello High School, the new James Gillespie's High School, the new Boroughmuir High School, St John's RC Primary and St Crispin Special School. When I joined the council in the middle of 2008, I was given the job of prioritising those schools because at that point there was insufficient funding to deliver even one of the schools. So in part answer to your question, it wasn't delivered before 2008 because there was no funding available to deliver the school before that date. The decision to proceed with the new school in Portobello Park and the funding was made in December 2008, and the funding to deliver that in full was secured by Council in March 2009. So the money for a school was in 2008, but you've not been able to deliver it till now. The risks you've taken in this legal process have delayed this, and you've managed to deliver James Gillespie's and Boroughmuir in that timescale. So could you explain that?
Convener, I'm not sure of the relevance of this category.
That he's talking about the...
Yeah, but we'll get to the final comments. What I'm looking for at the minute is category 1. So specifically what the objectors brought to the table and the promoter just said on this category, because we really have to be concise given the amount of business we're trying to get through this morning, this afternoon. So if it's not on category 1, please leave it to then. You will have an opportunity to do so. Ms Dunn.
Yeah, could Mr McIntyre say again what open space is going to be left? Could you confirm that to me and maybe explain it as well?
Sorry.
And possibly just elaborate a wee bit on that.
We explained that in our written submission to the committee last week. It's an area of 0.48 hectares, if I can refer to the detail. In terms of the area of hard standing that's kept, that would be provided on the park, and that's the area of the school building, the playground and the car park, and that's 2.64 hectares. The area of open space that will be provided on the combined existing site of Portobello High School and St John's, after the area for St John's is increased, would be 2.16 hectares, leaving a balance of 0.48 hectares.
I'm maybe stupid, I don't understand that. I don't understand how you can build on a 6-hectare park and leave a point, if I understand correctly, the park that's going to be left is 0.6 of a hectare?
1.57 hectares, as we've covered in our written submission, 1.57 hectares will remain as the 2 all-weather pitches. and 1.62 hectares will, in addition to the area of 0.6 hectares of open space, remain as woodland improved public pathways and new cycle paths.
So now we're counting paths and cycle paths as park now, is that correct?
That's how they're counted just now in terms of the assessment of park areas.
Everywhere, is that, or just Portobello Park? Is that how you do it on all parks, or just Portobello Park?
That's
throughout
consistent.
Edinburgh?
Sorry, I don't calculate the area for all parks, but that's consistent with the methodology that's applied for all parks in the city.
It just seems really strange that you can build on a 6-hectare park and leave an amount of parkland of 0.6 hectare, and yet, even if we get another park at 2.5 hectares, that's still, in my head, we're still losing at least 3 hectares. Maybe that's me just being moving my maths.
Well, no, the maths are correct. I think that's your interpretation and opinion in terms of the loss, which I respect.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Burns.
Billy said that there's nothing you can't do on the new site that you can do in the existing site. I'm keen on power kites, and I couldn't possibly fly my power kite on the site when you put all these football pitches in it. And also cricket, there's no space for playing cricket.
Do you play cricket on the park just now?
No, at the moment, because it's useless, not suitable.
Right, so you don't play cricket, therefore
I can't play cricket.
There wouldn't be anything that you currently are doing that you cannot
I have done in the past.
Right. And do you use your, I'm not sure what a power kite is, but do you use that regularly in the park just
Not
now?
regularly, but I'd like to have the opportunity to do that, and other people would as well.
Would any of the other areas of open space in the vicinity of more than 2 hectares be large enough for you to use your power kite?
Holyrood Park is big enough, but apart from that, no.
Specifically on this park.
Specifically on that park, that's what he said.
It's a big park.
So what size of area is required for a power kite?
Probably needs 100 metres by 100 metres.
So that's a
couple of football pitches.
Okay. If you could provide us with information regarding that, that would be helpful.
It's just a statement that you made, and it's not correct.
Thank you. Ms. Peters.
I mean, in 2010, you said that the existing school site was the wrong place and not an efficient use of council money. I accept that public pressure has probably, forced you to rethink that. But you're telling us today that it's in the right site. You told us in 2010 it's in the wrong site. And I'm just wondering what changed.
What changed? The public opinion regarding the loss of open space was quite significant, so we're responding to that.
Not with regards to, I'm saying I accept that public pressure has led you to provide replacement space, but in 2010 you said that putting a park on the existing school site was in the wrong place to mitigate its loss, and now you're presenting to us that it's in the right place to mitigate its loss, and I'm wondering what changed.
As I said, it's an area of open space that's available to the council, and we are now re-providing that as part of the revised proposals. As I said, I believe in the meeting that was held at Meadowbank. If you would like me to confirm that I was wrong in that judgment in 2010, I'm happy to do that. The availability of that space will be a beneficial asset to the community. We've illustrated this morning how it will actually contribute to the improvement of the accessibility of open space for many of those who live to the west of the park in the Durhams. And we did consult with the local community as part of the consultation process regarding the use to which they would like that to be put. And the response for that was overwhelmingly positive. There are many, many positive ideas that have been put forward that the local neighbourhood partnership will now consider. So if you would like me to confirm that I was wrong, or the council was wrong in 2010, I'm happy to do that.
It's just good to hear the council acknowledge that they do get it wrong sometimes.
I believe I did so, and it's in the minutes of the meeting at Meadowbank that I previously said that.
Thank you. Is there any final questions that already haven't been covered? No. The promoter, do you have any questions to the objectors? Mr Livingston?
Convener, there was a comment made about inclusion of the open space in the consultation. I would explore that, but that's maybe for category 4, if you'd prefer that I reserve it for then.
Yes, I'll come back to it, and
okay.
Please remind me if I haven't covered the point. I'll make time for that.
In that case, the simple question is to the objectors, what proposals do they have that would mitigate their concerns?
Build a school elsewhere. Build a school on site. That would mitigate all of our concerns, I think. Everyone would get a brand new school, that, state-of-the-art school, and the residents get to keep the park. The park could be improved, and use could be widened. There's no reason. The only reason it's not used is because of the dilapidated state it's in. To use that as an excuse to build on a park, I think, is outrageous.
Objectors.
Would the council have funds, and they could buy other sites if they chose to do so?
Could you clarify what other sites we could buy on which a school could be built?
You now know the value of Baileyfield, and you could compulsory purchase that if necessary.
A site that's already been acquired and bought.
Yeah, you know the value of it now, so you can.
We're talking about the sites later on. So again, just category 1, please.
You asked the question.
I understand. You asked the question. I'm not directing my comments to you, Mr. Morris. Right, if you looked at my face, it was this way. Thank you very much.
My apologies.
Again, it's category 1 we're on, please, and we do wish to get on to category 2 at some point. So, again, yes.
Can I ask Mr. McIntyre about the access arrangements for the all-weather pitches and in the current school just now? The current school has an all-weather pitch. What is the access arrangements for that for the community?
The current school has a very, very small. I think you could categorise it as an all-weather pitch. It's some years old. I don't know what the current arrangements are. I would have to confirm that.
Right, there's the details for that, because obviously the question's been answered. That would be great.
Is that pitch currently used by the school on a regular basis?
Excuse me. Sorry. We're on the promoters' question, so the time was taken for that. But the information will be provided if that's okay. If there's any other questions on category 1?
No, I think the objectors are clear that they only have one
mitigation
proposal.
Are there any final comments for the lead objectors in category 1? Ms Peters.
I just wanted to say that I actually think it's inappropriate that the council are asking local residents what, mitigating. I mean, that's your job. That's not my job.
Yeah, that's what you get paid handsomely for, we believe.
Okay, so that's your final comments. Constructive. Okay, we now move on to category 2, which covers the road safety, traffic and congestion issues and effects on the local community. And I invite Ian Ross, spokesperson for Group 2, to speak in this category.
Convener, thank you for the opportunity to do that. My name is Ian Ross. I've lived in Park Avenue for over 30 years. A family of 4 children have enjoyed the Portobello Park and all its facilities. It started with the children learning to ride their bikes in a safe environment. It then moved on to playing all sorts of sports in the park. And like many others, I'm latterly a family dog walker. I'm a chartered civil engineer and I have over 40 years' experience. I'd like to refer to the documents that I've submitted. I've also provided a map which Stephen has got, and he was going to circulate to everybody so I could make the points with a bit more clarity. Okay, yeah. Talking about the existing conditions, the A199 Milton Road is a greenway and district distributor road and is a strategic transport route for all users in and out of the city of Edinburgh, East Lothian, Mid Lothian and the trunk roads from the south, the A1 and the A68. It's a 4-lane carriageway. However, during the morning and AM peaks, it acts as a single carriageway because there are bus lanes in operation during that period. Every morning, when particularly obviously when the schools are operating, there's a fall-off in traffic when the schools are on holiday, but during the AM peak, which is generally 7:30 till 9, I would say, the westbound, that's the city-bound traffic, is constantly queued back from the Duddingston Park traffic lights, which is shown on this diagram. I hope you can see that. It is queued back from these traffic signals back well past the new access to the new school and regularly past Hope Lane. This is a distance of around 600 metres. On really bad conditions and wet weather and the like, it goes back and sometimes gets back as far as the Milton Link, which is shown on that diagram from the yellow, the Harry Lauder Road sort of link. Now that is the main link where all the hubs of traffic come in from the south, and they go, a lot of them distribute down the Harry Lauder Road. But on occasions it gets very close back to that, it's blocked off by the traffic signals, and the congestion is quite significant. In the evening peak, which arguably is when the bus lanes are in place, which might be after the school is closed. In the present situation, it is also queued back and is often queued back as far as Park Avenue and back to Duddingston Park. That distance is about 1 kilometre in length. The consequences, particularly of the morning peak, results in frustration for drivers and causes a significant number of drivers taking evasive action. 3 types. One is abusing the bus lanes, and that happens regularly. In these circumstances, the people who abuse the bus lanes, they drive at some speed because they don't want to be in there for long, and they're particularly those who are city-bound are either ducking into Bailey Place, which is shown on the diagram on the south side, opposite the entrance to where the new school is, or they try and get as far as the Duddingston Park crossroads. The other options that they pursue is to rat run down Hope Lane, which is shown on the diagram as and Park Avenue is rat run 1 and 2. So they go down there to avoid the main drag and the long queues that are there and fight their way back through Duddingston Road and back on at Jock's Lodge and the likes. The other rat run they use, the longer one, is the rat run through Magdalene, and they predict the queues are going to be long because they regularly use it, and that's the green line to the south of Milton Road, and they run past the Brunston Primary School and come onto Duddingston Park South, and they can cut their way back onto towards Jock's Lodge. Now, the proposed development of Portobello High School, with 1,400 pupils, the second largest school in Scotland, with a direct vehicular access and pedestrian access onto the Milton Road, will generate significant additional car and pedestrian trips. So right in the middle of this sort of length, where in the morning the cars are queued back past it, there's an intention to have a direct access from that school onto this transport corridor. Now, this will generate significant vehicular and pedestrian movements. Now, these turning movements and the pedestrian crossing delays would occur particularly in the AM peak and would cause the queues and delays on Milton Road, and I would anticipate they would regularly go back to Milton Link. I mean, the reasons for that are right turning, bringing real conflicts in road safety terms. At the moment, there are 2 pedestrian crossing locations. One is at the top of Hope Lane, and that is not used regularly, so the traffic does not get stopped on many occasions to use that. And the other one is at the Duddingston Park crossroads, which is relatively regularly used, but probably not through every phase. Now, if the school were to be built on Portobello Park, the new Toucan crossing, which is shown on the diagram, at this point I'll apologise for the location of the access to the school is actually to the other side of Bailey Place and not where it's shown on this, but this was in, I think, in the original proposals before they revisited that site. but excuse me, the Pelican Crossing will be called upon all the time because there will be regular use by people coming off buses from Joppa and the like. So I think in the transport appraisal it says it will be called every minute. There will be a call for the pedestrian crossings. So the capacity of this road will be significantly reduced as a result of the new school, the turning movements and the pedestrians making that crossing, both at the new Toucan crossing, at Hope Lane, where it will be in regular use, and also at Duddingston Park, which will have an increased use, albeit is regularly called upon at the moment. All the results of this will cause traffic congestion in the morning peak, including buses from the east and south heading into the city centre. Now, this route is a quality bus corridor, which is one of the main links into Edinburgh. If Milton Link got snarled up, that would be a serious point for the city of Edinburgh and commuters coming in and out, particularly the transport link. There's a strategic park and ride at New Craig Hall, and these people come in to use that corridor. Buses use this corridor as well. And the bus lanes are not continuous, so the bus lanes are not continuous from Milton Link all the way to Duddingston Park. There are locations where they are not enforced, so the buses would get clogged up as well. Now, I'm pretty sure the Scottish Ministers provided 100% funding for quality bus corridors. This is a quality bus corridor, so money went into that. Any devaluing of that, which inevitably would happen, will result as a consequence in devaluing this corridor. I'd like to move on to the existing accidents on Milton Road. I'd like you to refer to the table which is in my evidence. The length of the road that I'm actually talking about is one I've just described previously. It's from the Duddingston Park crossroads to Hope Lane, which is really the frontage and the main movements along the corridor that the school fronts onto. The accident statistics. Now, these are personal injury accidents. In other words, people who are hospitalised. There's numerous more damage-only accidents which are not recorded because they can't be so because when you're doing comparators of road types, they're not all reported to the police. Therefore, these are only people who are classified as personal injury accidents who are hospitalised. Now, over the period between January 2009 and September 2013, there have been 13 personal injury accidents on that stretch of road. This is a significant number of personal injury accidents over a relatively short length of road. Personal injury accidents are generally measured in accidents per 100 million vehicle kilometres. Using the accidents on this length of road, that means that the accident rate for this length of road is 67 accidents per 100 million vehicle kilometres. Using the central government statistics for road accidents in Table 5, I have copies of this obviously which you can see. The average accident rate for local authority A-class roads in the Lothian, which this clearly is, within the Lothian and Borders area is 33 accidents per 100 million vehicle kilometres. So that means that on this section of road, it's twice the average accident rate. And this is before a new school. A new school is going to be parachuted in here with a direct access with 1,400 people making 2 or maybe 4 movements a day along this corridor. I mean, another statistic you might be interested in is the average accident rate for the A9 road between Perth and Inverness is well below I would say, less than a third of this, the accident rate on this length of road. This was something that we raised, not with these statistics in front of us, but with the Council on a number of occasions. We hear Mr McIntyre saying that he's had decisions he's taken. We supplied information to the Council, and we've had no real feedback on these issues. We've had no discussion on them. So clearly, there are a number of safety conflicts which already exist on this section of the strategic transport corridor. I think I've explained it to you. It's twice the average accident of the type of road, and there is a new school being proposed at that site with direct access and all the turning movements, the school children walking along these corridors and adjacent corridors. There's cars running, there's people doing turn-offs. So the new school will, with its direct, will generate additional traffic, and there would be 1,400 pedestrian movements twice a day, 4 times a day, at least twice a day. So this would inevitably cause additional conflicts and significantly increase the risk to the 1,400 pupils going to the proposed school at least twice per day, the local residents, and the 1,800 drivers and their passengers, and the public transport passengers who are using this along the strategic transport corridor. These road safety and traffic congestion issues were first raised by the local residents at a meeting in August 2010. This meeting was chaired by a member of the City Edinburgh project management team, and there was a consultant from ACOM, the transport appraisal, at this meeting. The local residents did not believe that the proposed new school with a direct junction onto Milton Road could be built safely, and the local residents would be at risk, as would the 18,000 drivers and their passengers who went along that road every day. At the meeting, they recommended that the Council should carry out a road safety audit. This is recommended within the Council's movement and development, traffic and transportation guidance for development in sections 1311, in 11.3, that this should be carried out. At that meeting, back in August 2010, they also shared their concern about the existing westbound traffic queues which went past Park Avenue and off into to Hope Lane. People can get out these roads in the morning safely, and they were concerned that any new proposals would increase the congestion on that network. In these circumstances, they recommended to the Council that they should undertake a traffic simulation model, as recommended in the Planning Advice Note, paragraph 20. Now, what would a traffic model do? It would clearly demonstrate whether the Milton Road, which is a strategic transport corridor, and surrounding road network would operate safely without unacceptable congestion as a result of the increased traffic of the proposed school. In addition, at that meeting, they raised the issue about the safe drop-off locations for pupils on the local road network, bearing in mind that dropping off pupils on Milton Road would be prohibited because the bus lanes are in operation. So their question was, where were the drop-off areas to be?
It's just that we've got a lot of this in written evidence, and I'm very conscious of all the categories that we have to get through. So if you could really wrap it up, please, if you don't mind.
It's very frustrating because we've been told we've had a lot of opportunities to say this, but it's gone.
I understand your
no
frustration.
Response to that.
I understand your frustration, but look at the documents we're sitting in front of us today. We've all read
We had
that
another
information.
date. I mean, I'm surprised you haven't allowed us to fully discuss this. This was an opportunity.
Mr Ross, we are, but
Sorry?
this is your opportunity to do so now. We, under standing orders, have to conclude at a certain time this morning. So, I mean, feel free to continue to speak about this issue, but we might not get to the other categories, and certainly not to another group. So, I mean, that's the choice that you're leaving yourself. As I said, the information that you're going through at the minute, we have in written evidence. So I'm asking you to bring forward things that we haven't heard, or indeed that you want to emphasise, as you have done with the stats that, as you pointed out, we already had that information, as you've done with the map. All of these things we're aware of. And yes, you're re-emphasising it in order that you can set questions to the promoter. But to go through it all, as you have been for over 12, 13 minutes now, you're taking away time from other categories. So I would just make that point.
Okay.
We understood that we weren't time limited, actually. We were going to understand that we weren't time limited. In
Well,
terms of what we were...
Yes, but I mean, I think it goes by, you're not time limited in each category, but if you continue to take the time in category 1 and 2, then you won't get to 3 and 4 and 5, and we won't get to other groups. I mean, that's how the process would work, because we have to conclude at a certain time for parliamentary business starting. So, we're time limited as a committee as well, in terms of how much time we can give each Wednesday morning to this, by standing orders of the Parliament.
I understand that, but like Ian says, you know, you have already cut a day off from us anyway. So
There is no day being cut off. There is no day being cut off whatsoever on this. But, I mean, we can continue having this discussion, and that takes away time from each category, so more than happy. I'll take your advice on that. Right, Mr Ross.
I will try to move on a bit quicker. At that final meeting, we left some written comments with the management team, and they thanked them for these comments, and they agreed to consider them, and they would give us feedback. That hasn't happened over the last 3.5 years, despite hundreds of objections, letters and delegations. The local residents were clearly very disappointed and concerned that the planning authority and the sponsor, you know, there's two roles here, and in some questioning I'd like to understand the roles of the advisors, both the planning authority and the sponsors, and who made the decision not to follow the guidance in the movement in the development guidelines item. In any event, as a result of that, we took the exceptional step of carrying out a road safety audit carried out by a lead road safety auditor. The report was commissioned to assess the requirement of the proposed development of Portobello High School and to undergo a road safety audit, and to identify potential road safety conflicts and problems which may have been raised by a road safety audit. The road safety audit is part of the evidence here. The report makes 3 recommendations. Due to the significant Due to the significant material changes proposed to the existing road layout, it's recommended that a Stage 1 road safety audit is carried out. The proposals be commissioned to ensure that full road safety impact of the scheme proposals can be assessed at an early stage. The importance and urgency of commissioning the Stage 1 road safety audit cannot be overstated, as likely mitigation measures to the problems identified in this report are likely to recommend significant alterations to the existing road layout in order to reduce or remove the adverse safety impact of the scheme. So what he's saying there is that there's been these accidents. He's identified later on that there are 9 areas, subjects, where the existing road network do not meet the width of footpath, the visibility out of junction, and the turning movements. And if you were to address these to meet the requirements to make it safe, they would have to cut down the width of the main corridor to make it safe to meet the government's, the City of Edinburgh and other good standards. And the result of that would be that the main corridor would not be 4 lanes wide. and therefore the whole corridor, which there had been a large investment in, would all be at risk. And really, to demonstrate that as his third point, that he would strongly recommend that a traffic modelling in accordance with the planning advice note should be undertaken to demonstrate that. Moving on sort of quickly, the road safety report identifies a number of problem areas. I'll quickly go through them. There's the Hope Lane and Park Avenue, the lack of drop-off zones, and the increased risk of informal parking and uncertainty. I mean, this is really not covered in the transport appraisal, nor does it say how, once they've dropped them off, where they're actually going to go to. It's really, it's a poor quality. Substandard width of shared cycleway and pedestrian footpaths leading on to the safe Toucan crossing. Substandard footway and cycleway on the north side of Milton Road at Hope Lane. Substandard visibility out of Hope Lane. If you look to the left, to the east, you can't see properly. Substandard access for services and deliveries to the proposed new access in Park Avenue. The next one's an interesting one. This is the A1 adjacent to the proposed school. There's an intention to put 20-mile-an-hour speed limits in during school opening time on the bus lanes. It's a well-known fact that people don't adhere to speed limits unless the road has been closed down and there's evidence of a need. An open 4-lane carriageway, speed limits on their own don't work. You have to reduce the carriageway and demonstrate that there are dangers there to reduce the speed. And in a lot of areas along that road, it is an open road. I shall carry on. More issues about substandard footpaths, particularly the length of substandard footpath between Park Avenue and Duddingston Park. There's a very good photograph which I think the road safety auditor has used, which shows how narrow this is. Potentially, I don't know, let's say 25%, 350 pupils 4 times a day might walk along that length of footpath. I wouldn't like to be there. There's no room for local residents either over half an hour period. Round the junctions, the heavily signalised junction, there's substandard refuge and harbour areas at the signalised junction, particularly at Duddingston Park. There's no facilities for disabled people. In summary, I'll try and be brief. There's 1,400 pupils at the school. They are going to come in on top of an existing road which has got an accident rate of twice the average. There will be further delays because of these movements and because of the pedestrian crossings, which are going to lengthen the queues back to the Milton Link. The council take no cognizance of the known development in the South East Wedge housing development, East Lothian or Mid Lothian, which will increase traffic on that section of road. We are very concerned about where the pupils are going to be dropped off. The local residents believe that the promoter has underestimated the number of pupils likely to be dropped off. Scottish statistics suggest that school run brings, quote, 21% of pupils to school. The council uses 14%. The Scottish statistics assume pupils will walk up to 600 metres per day to school, whereas the council assumes 2 miles. I don't think a lot of pupils will walk 2 miles in the winter to get twice the Scottish statistics average. That doesn't mean that all the others will come by car, but a proportion of them will. So whatever figure the council have got, I would say it's much nearer the 21% rather than the 14% that they use. The independent safety auditor made the recommendations which I've already referred to, but there's a clear need to carry out a road safety audit if you've got any care at all for the children who are going to that school. Again, I'll highlight the personal injury accidents, which demonstrates the average. There's twice the average on the existing network before the school comes in. And really, I think the summary is probably the final statement I'm going to make. The local residents strongly consider that the City of Edinburgh Council, both as a planning authority and promoter, has been irresponsible. And I could use stronger words, but I think they've been irresponsible in not following their own procedures and refusing to carry out a safety audit. And they've not taken serious the road safety and traffic issues associated with this new school. The decision would inevitably affect the 1,400 pupils who would attend the new school each day. The local residents and the 1,800 drivers and their passengers and the public transport passengers, which will drive along the A1 strategic transport corridor every day. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone from Group 4 have anything to say in points not already covered?
Points on the traffic issues. The traffic on Milton Road is heading to the centre of Edinburgh, most of it, but a lot of it comes from Musselburgh, and with the delays and congestions anticipated in Milton Road, a lot of it will be travelling through Portobello High Street and up Portobello Road. And I wonder what the Council intend to do about that, because that's already a very congested area. That's my first point. And I'd like, this is probably a question rather than a point, but there should be some form of Chinese wall between the Council promoters and the transport team who assess the planning application, and we can see very little evidence of that. So that's a question, really.
You may leave the questions to the question stage.
It's also
that would also help me
it's also a statement as well.
Right, okay.
I can see no evidence of that. So. And also, there was a planning application for a nursery on Milton Road, which is a much smaller development, very close to the school location, and that was turned down because of the traffic congestion and delays and accidents, etc., that it would cause. So where's the consistency between a 1,400 school and a 20-place nursery? It just seems absolutely no sense to me.
If you look at the plan I provided, the nursery is to the east of Hope Lane. Not sure you're looking at the map.
I'm just about to say that one, I said at the start, we are not the planning inquiry, and secondly, we only have to look at this bill, which doesn't include the nursery. However, if the promoter, who I will turn to, specifies and answers the question, that's fine, but it's no relevance to this bill, unfortunately. So we will not be taking evidence.
It's a very small development, and it's been.
It may well be, but it's got absolutely no relevance to this bill, and that is why these members here are sitting this morning asking for evidence on this bill. So I understand it, Mr. Burns.
I would say it's relevant to this bill because it's an indication of the way the Council are consulting on this bill and dismissing evidence that's against them.
I understand your thoughts on this, but legally it's not. So we can all be frustrated at what legally is set out in this bill, but unfortunately it's not for this bill.
I thought it was part of the bill.
On a nursery school?
No.
No, we're talking about a nursery school. The consultation we will get to at another stage.
The Council carry out consultation.
Okay, but that's a different stage. We're not at that category. And we might get to that category.
We will get to it.
Well, we might. Well, we might. But I don't know. We've got many groups to go through this morning, so we'll see. To the promoter, can you address the concerns that the objectors have raised?
I will do my best.
Thank you, Mr. McIntyre.
Firstly, can I refute utterly the suggestion that the Council has been irresponsible. Ensuring the safety of pupils and the wider local community is of paramount importance to everyone involved in the project, and the allegation that the Council has either failed or refused to consider traffic and road safety issues is simply incorrect. You asked for clarification of roles and responsibilities, so I'll try and do that. My role and the Children and Families Department role as sponsor is to make sure that the new school that's delivered is the best school that can possibly be delivered, but to make sure that it accommodates all necessary statutory and planning requirements, and that includes road safety. For that purpose, we employ a professional design team led by, in this case, JM Architects, and ACOM, where our professional design team regarding traffic matters. The Planning Authority is entirely separate to children and families and is independent in that regard, as is the Transportation Department. The design team take its guidance from the Transportation Department regarding what is required, and I'll come to this in more detail, to determine the scope of what is required to properly consider road safety and traffic matters. And then the design team undertake that assessment and submit that as part of the planning application and is considered as part of the planning process, not just by the Planning Authority but by the Transport Department, which is entirely separate. There are no Chinese walls. We are entirely different departments that fulfil entirely different roles, and separately Transport Scotland are involved as consultees on any proposals regarding the impact or otherwise on the trunk road network or adjacent receptors. As with any new planning proposal, a transport assessment was submitted as part of the application for the planning permission for the new school building on Portobello Park, both in the first instance and in the recent resubmission. We brought in professional traffic consultants, ACOM, and then their engineers carried out this work for us. In addition to carrying out audits of existing transport levels at both the existing school site and Portobello Park, they reviewed existing travel patterns for pupils and staff and how these could change if the location of the school was changed. ACOM's mitigation proposals include plans for a 20-mile-per-hour zone outside the school at appropriate times, a new pedestrian crossing on Milton Road, improved accesses to the sites and pathways within the eastern boundary, adjacent to Hope Lane, and within the park area itself, to draw pedestrian flow away from any pavements adjacent to roads such as in Hope Lane and Milton Road. There is also provision for a new cycle path. These have all been incorporated into our final plans. I should have added at the start, I assume that the objectors will correct the error on the submission if that is going to be taken as evidence. The entrance to the school has never been where it's suggested on your map. The transport assessment was then prepared in accordance with Transport Scotland's guidance on transport assessment and implementation, which is the fundamental guidance document associated with transport assessments. Transport Scotland were consulted as part of the planning process, and your comments regarding the wider road network. And the response submitted on their behalf by JMP consultants stated, and I quote, "They accepted there would be no significant traffic or environmental impacts on the trunk road network or its adjacent receptors. They also confirmed that they did not require any further information in relation to that issue." We'd be happy to furnish the committee with the link to that document should you wish it. We note the independent road safety assessment which some of the objectors have apparently commissioned. I can confirm that the majority of the issues raised in this assessment were identified and considered by traffic consultants ACOM, and the mitigation measures they proposed were independently assessed by the Council's Transportation Department and approved as part of the planning consent. The objectors did not offer any equivalent independent assessment during the planning process, which would have been the appropriate forum for this. They certainly had the opportunity to do so, and indeed several of the objectors in groups 2 and 4 did submit objections that refer to traffic and road safety issues. As matters stand, we had no notice of the existence of this report, having received it for the first time on Friday, and we note the report's author has not himself been made available for cross-examination, as would be usual, we believe, for expert witness evidence in a situation such as this. In any event, however, the Council disagrees with the opinion of the assessment's author that a road safety audit should have been undertaken by this stage of the project. The suitability of the road network to support the new school was reviewed by ACOM as part of the transport assessment, which includes an operational assessment of the network prepared on an industry standard basis. The transport assessment met all relevant statutory requirements for a development of this nature. The underlying approach to the transport assessment was in line with statutory guidance and industry practice, and was agreed by the Council's Transportation Department. The final version of the assessment was then submitted as part of the planning application and was reviewed and approved by the Council's Development Management Subcommittee. There are therefore no significant or fundamental reasons to suggest that the current outline design for the project would not be appropriate or deliverable. On the specific matter of a road safety audit,
As we already said in a written submission before we were made aware of the existence of this new report, we accept that a road safety audit will, if the bill is enacted and the project proceeds, need to be undertaken as part of the design development and before the construction phase. However, it would be premature to carry out an audit at this stage. The correct time to carry out an audit would be after the main contractor has been appointed. The contractor would be responsible for progressing the design and development and construction stages of the project, including changes to the local transport infrastructure. However, based on the transport assessment, it is unlikely that significant changes would be required to transport infrastructure as a result of the Council's proposals. For that reason, and in line with standard industry practice, if the bill is enacted and the project proceeds, then a combined Stage 1 and 2 road safety audit will be carried out as part of the main contractor's design process. The audit process would be led by a suitably qualified road safety auditor. The purpose of road safety audits is to ensure that operational road safety experience is applied during the design process and implemented in the construction process, in order to ensure that the number and severity of accidents is kept to a minimum both during the construction phase and once the development is operational. Portobello is no different to many other schools in the city. Many are on or close to busy roads. It is inevitable in a city like Edinburgh that's the outcome. We do not believe there will be a higher risk of accident in Milton Road, given the mitigation measures that have been approved and will be put in place. It should be noted that pupils who live to the south of Milton Road will have to cross it at peak times in any event to reach either the park or the existing school site. The proposed measures will therefore make Milton Road safer for those pupils who currently need to cross it at peak times due to the reduced speed limit and new crossing. Crossing will also mitigate risks that might otherwise have arisen at other times of the day. In relation to concerns about pupils being dropped off, Council policy is not to have formal drop-off areas. So drop-off in the vicinity and increased traffic resulting from that, Portobello High School strongly encourages sustainable travel patterns and has an estimated 80% of pupils walking to school every day. The school's Eco Schools project encourages those who do require transport to use sustainable transport, and the school has seen a reduction in the number of pupils travelling by car. The school's last travel survey showed that only 9% of surveyed pupils were dropped off by their parents. I'm honestly not sure of the relevance of the Scottish statistic average of 21% in the context of a very specific school like Portobello, and I would presume, although I haven't seen the data, that the Scottish average will include a significant number of rural areas where you would expect drop-off to be significantly higher. So the school has actually seen a reduction in the number of pupils travelling by car, and is something that it continues to encourage. Drop-off occurs at varying times and varying locations, not simply direct outside the school or at the streets closest to the school. It's also important to recognise that the park is close to the existing school site, and it is likely that Milton Road is already used for the school run by some existing parents and staff. Some changes in traffic patterns can nevertheless be expected, but these were fully taken into account in the transport assessment which was produced by AECOM and the accompanying mitigating measures which have been approved as part of the planning process. During both planning processes, we met local residents to discuss traffic issues. We found this a very useful experience, and any issues that they raised were thoroughly considered by our traffic consultants. Feedback on that was provided in the pre-planning consultation report and as part of the planning process. At the most recent residents' workshop, there was a suggestion that a crossing would be required at Hope Lane, but when was this discussed with the Council's Transportation Department, which we did put to them, it was them who advised that the impact on the area was such that they considered an additional crossing would not be required. Again, it would be helpful to get feedback from the objectors of what, if any, alternative or additional measures they believe would address their concerns about traffic and road safety. Stop at that, Convener.
Thank you. Do the objectors have questions they would ask the promoter?
The nearest trunk road to the school is?
Sorry.
The nearest what?
Sorry, can you repeat that again? Sorry.
The nearest trunk road to the school.
The nearest trunk road to the school.
Saying that they consulted the Scottish Transport Scotland about trunk roads, but as far as I know, the trunk road doesn't get particularly close to the school.
I'm not sure the relevance of the question.
But you said something and it's not true.
Sorry, Mr McIntyre, can I help Mr McIntyre with this? When Transport Scotland responded to the letter, their responsibility through JMP as for how it affects the trunk roads. The nearest trunk roads to Portobello, to Milton Road and the proposed Portobello High School is the city bypass. It was in that context. They were saying that they were following the procedures. They'd done an environmental assessment. But because it was, I don't know, 4 or 5 miles away, they were saying it had no influence on them, and that was what their comment was. It wasn't saying they were perfectly happy with the proposals which ACAM had produced. They were saying that this was a delegated matter for the City of Edinburgh Council to deal with.
Okay.
I suggest that that's not what they said, and we'd be happy to furnish the copy of what Transport Scotland did provide to the Council as part of the planning process.
If we can have a copy of that, yes, that would be helpful.
That is not what they're saying.
Right. Does anyone have a question based on what has been said in category 2?
You did refer to trunk roads during your evidence.
No, I said that. I did. I said that the people who are using trunk roads, the A68 from the south, the A1 from the south, who want to come into Edinburgh, come off at the city bypass link at New Craig Hall and come and use that corridor, the quality bus corridor into the centre of Edinburgh. I didn't say that this was a trunk road.
Mr McIntyre's questions the other way at the minute. Mr McIntyre, but there's questions the other way.
Convener, I would repeat what I said in my introductory statement. The transportation and road safety impacts of the proposals have been fully considered by both Transport Scotland and the Council's Transportation Department.
Okay, Mr Bonds, sorry.
I'm sorry. I would like to record that I challenge that. I'm not saying that you didn't get a letter, but bearing in mind their responsibility is for trunk roads. And it was on that context.
We will see the letter when it comes in, but
I've
again...
got the letter, it's on this.
I'm sure you do, but we don't have the letter, so we will look at that.
All right,
so we will look at that when we have it. Mr Burns.
Billy, to make available the brief offered to the transport consultants who carried out the road safety audit so that we can assess that. No, not the audit, the brief. What
the brief for the audit.
To do.
Is that public paper?
It's not, but I'm
okay.
Sorry, Convener, I'm not entirely sure what Mr Burns is actually asking for.
Okay.
The transport consultant for the transport assessment exercise.
What were they asked to do?
Who drew that up?
We can furnish that.
Okay, that would be very helpful.
Yeah.
And who did it within your management team? Was that the architects? Or?
Sorry, Mr Ross, through the chair, please.
Sorry, I beg your pardon.
No, it's okay. We're just... Sorry, Mr Thompson, did you want to come in here? Sorry.
Yes, as Billy referred to earlier, ACOM were the specialist, the independent specialist who was commissioned to do the traffic report. In answer to the more general point about the brief, they were briefed independently to look at the safety of transportation and people movement around a school in that area. It was their independent view that came forward. There was no direction given from the design team to ACOM or indeed from the council to ACOM.
Mr Ross.
So I'm asking, did I come through yourself?
No, you can ask. I'm just asking you not to shout across. Okay, broadcasting are trying to pick up the microphones, and if you do that, then it's lost and you will not be in written evidence. So, okay, so Mr Ross.
So they had an open brief to prepare a transport appraisal.
Indeed.
Could I suggest that we're dealing with matters of detail, Convener, that we don't actually know, and I'd be happy to furnish the full detail of the scope of that.
As long as every question that has been put, if you have the relevant information we can furnish people with, I'm happy for that to happen. Thank you. Mr Burns.
Sorry, it's actually the second step that, Mr Thompson provided a brief to his people, but then they go to the council who also provide them a brief with what they want in the transport assessment. So could we see that as well?
Mr McIntyre or Mr Thompson?
Can I suggest, Convener, that we're getting into levels of detail that we don't have to hand. We will provide you and the objectors with...
I'm not asking for it now.
As long as, again, Mr Burns, as long as the information, if you have it, can be provided to those objectors asking the questions at the moment.
As I understand it, Convener, what is being requested is the details of the scope that was provided to AECOM on the basis of which they undertook their assessment. We will undertake to provide that.
Thank you. Any further questions?
On that same subject, who within your team reviewed what AECOM put? I mean, I'm asking that because within the transport appraisal, they say...
Mr Ross, again, this isn't for this bill. So I understand, as I pointed out at the very start of this meeting, this isn't a planning inquiry. The Council, I have asked, and you've heard, and it's on the record now, they will furnish you with all the information through that report. And I'm sure you'll have further questions to that once you receive that information. But for this committee, on this private member's bill, we will not be looking at what was in that report. Mr Burns.
That report is part of the consultation process, and the information that's given in that is pertinent to the bill, because the consultation is one of the major stumbling blocks we find in this bill.
Yes,
so
the way the
everything we're talking about relates to the consultation. Everything the council say goes into the consultation. Everything is part of it. So there's nothing you can really rule out because it's been covered already, because they have taken it forward to the consultation.
I will take the advice that I'm being given from my clerks and from the legal team. Thank you very much, Mr Burns, if you don't mind, with all due respect. Ms Dunn, do you have a question?
I would like to ask Mr McIntyre if the number of kids crossing the road, the Moulton Road and Duddingston Park at lunchtime have been taken into account.
I don't have that information to hand myself. I'm not sure whether Mr Thompson has, and if not, we can provide that information for you.
I think we should provide that information in detail thereafter. I can merely confirm that as part of the overall discussion with the Transport Department and the assessment that AECOM provided, they were looking at a school at all conditions during the day.
Right, it's just because, you know, the fast food outlets around, you know, the area near the proposed new school are about a third of the distance to Portobello High Street where they currently go. So I would suggest that the vast majority of kids are going to either going to Magdalene, or so we'll be crossing the Moulton Road at lunchtime both ways, or Duddingston Park. Do they know how many kids the new canteen can accommodate in the new school?
Can I respond to that, Convener? Yep. The new school catering facilities will be able to meet on a phased basis the necessity to feed all children if necessary. Now, that's not what we expect, but we're delivering new facilities in not just Portobello, but in the other high schools that we're building that respond to what children are telling us that they want. So it's a different kind of dining environment that has perhaps been provided before, and that's geared with the intention to encourage as many of these young people to stay within the school as possible, and ideally to take a nutritionally balanced school meal. So if they all wanted to stay in the school, then we'd be able to feed them in the school.
Yeah, I just wondered if that, do you know what the take-up, does Mr McIntyre know what the take-up for school dinners in high schools is at the moment, percentage-wise, more or less, across the schools?
Percentage-wise, I'm not sure I see the relevance. I don't have that information to hand, but I could provide it.
Okay. It's sort of in the scope. We're moving out. I understand it's because then they would be leaving at lunchtime
I believe,
and the traffic.
Crossing that road.
Yes,
and
no, I understand. I understand
yeah.
the link, but we're sort of branching out. But I understand where it's coming from, and if you can furnish the information, if you have it, that would be very helpful for Ms Dunn. Ms Peters.
It was just along the lines of children's safety. We've heard that the road is twice the national average in serious accidents that involve hospitalisation. The only road improvements that seem to be made are the suggestion of a 20-mile-an-hour limit and, in fact, and a pelican crossing. So I'm just wondering if Mr McIntyre can explain to me why he is so confident that the children are not at risk.
The only improvements are that's not the only improvements. One of the main improvements, and I'm not sure the extent to which the Independent Road Safety Auditor made reference to this or was aware of this in his assessment. I think in one of the documents that was provided in evidence, is there a plan of the new school design? I'll try and explain it. This is Milton Road. This is Hope Lane. So we have provided, as part of the design for the new school, improved entrances to the park here and here. And we've got a path that comes within the site area to allow pedestrian access into the school that doesn't have to go down the pavement on the Hope Lane, and entrances that come in directly to the school entrance from here and here, so that no pedestrians would actually have to walk along Milton Road to get access to the school, other than those coming from this direction, who are already coming from that direction in any event. So this is actually a very significant safety measure in terms of the security and the safety of the children, and also any of the others who would be walking along that road, that I would like to highlight, and I'm not sure the extent to which the road safety auditor has actually picked that up, because he makes no reference to that in his report. There are other measures, but they're all fully contained within the transport assessment.
I mean, there are still going to be a significant number of children that will need to cross the Milton Road to get to the bus stops, and who live on the south side of the school. So there still will be a significant number, and given a twice national average rate of injury, I would suggest that the council should be giving more thought to that.
Just to respond to that, those that live south of Milton Road already live south of Milton Road, and they have to already cross Milton Road to get to the existing school site. So their journey is unchanged. And if anything, as I said in my statement, it would be safer because of the introduction of the measures that we've proposed.
Can I just sort of add at the end that in actual fact, at the moment, they don't see all their friends standing in the playground or hear the school bell ringing at that particular point in their journey. So there are additional risks which I feel the council should take into account.
Okay, thank you. Does the promoter have any questions to the objectors at this stage?
Just a couple of brief questions about the assessment report that's been prepared, convener. The first question is, how was the author selected? Was it a tender process, or was it direct appointment? I'm sorry, I'm not sure.
It was a direct appointment.
When was that instructed? I know that it was provided last Wednesday, which was the last day for evidence, so I was just wondering when it was instructed.
At the beginning of March.
So is the author known to any of the objectors? Or?
No.
No, okay. And was he paid for the work?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I ask supplementary, if this was a direct appointment, how was the individual identified? And just in return, we will happily provide convener a copy of the brief that we provided. Would the objectors provide us with a copy of the brief that they gave to the independent assessor? Two final questions.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Ross. Would you like to? Yes. Yes.
And the first question about how the individual, if it was a direct
appointment. A recommendation.
From?
From another road safety auditor who worked in an organisation that I work for. He's an independent.
Just one point of administration, convener. You mentioned that the committee wouldn't be looking at the brief documents, etc. So if we can provide those direct to the objectors, can I just ask, while everyone's in the room, that if the objectors, if we don't already have your contact details, if they could maybe give us some contact details so we can communicate those directly to them.
Certainly, we would like copies of it. However,
oh, okay, well, we can do that.
We can facilitate through. We can facilitate.
Website.
Sorry, Mr. Burns, you're shouting over me again.
Sorry, my apologies. When I asked the question, I assumed that these documents would be made public.
Yeah, but my role is to get them to you. That's all I can do. So my role is to get that information to you. Okay?
That question is it going to be on the website?
Is it going to be on the Council's website?
Not the Council's, the Parliamentary Bills website.
If we receive evidence, everything is published that is relevant to this bill, as you will see from the many links and documents.
Sorry, I thought Charles was suggesting they gave it directly to us. No,
he said, you asked for the information, I've asked the Council to provide it, they said they will provide it directly to you if you wish. We will also receive a copy as a committee, as every other document has come to us, so okay. There's nothing new about how we're going to do that. Okay? Thank you. Is there any final comments from either side at this stage?
To challenge Mr McIntyre's response about a stage 1 road safety audit. I think it's common practice that is done at preliminary design stage, so that if there's any significant, and certainly not at construction stage, that is done, so that any measures which are required are incorporated into the scheme. I mean, all along we've been told by the council that there is no money to do any sort of road improvements. At a meeting when the planning committee approved it, there was an issue, and I mean, this really scares me, as this section of the north side of the footpath between the top of Park Avenue and Duddingston Park, which is less than 2 metres wide, and all these children are going along it. There was a spokesman from the Highways Department who attended that. We raised this issue in August 2010. I'm repeating myself, I apologise. This guy said he went to that site the week before the planning committee and didn't see a problem. That seems to be the quality of the transportation responses when we have detailed discussions about road safety issues on a length of road which carries the number of people it does, with a new school being parachuted in. I think irresponsible is a fairly correct usage of how the council have responded to this.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. Mr. McIntyre.
I respect Mr. Ross's opinion on that, but it's simply his opinion. I don't accept that as a challenge. From the council's perspective, we have had independent advice from ACOM, and that has been independently checked by the Council Transportation Department. We have followed all of the necessary statutory and planning processes, and we have got an approved planning application which, if the private bill is successful, would allow us to deliver the new school on the park. But that school is not part of the private bill process, nor is it part of the scope of that bill. I think we're just going to have to leave that as a difference of opinion, but it's a view which I don't accept.
Okay, thank you. That concludes that category. I'll suspend briefly for a few moments to allow people a comfort break. Room our seats, please. So we're now moving to categories 3 and 4, some of which have already been covered in the discussion this morning. If it can be, and I use the word concise again, because at this stage, and I know we want to cover everything, but at this stage it's looking as if the second group of people who have turned today will have very limited time, if time at all. So I would just make that point to people, that people have travelled and they also wish to give their opinions to this committee. So if we can be on both sides very concise with our answers to the questions, and if things have been said, please do not repeat them. That would be great. So as I said, we now move on to category 3, which includes the impact on the golf course. This matter was subject to evidence at the committee's last meeting, and witnesses will probably only wish to include this topic if they have additional points from those made on the 12th of March. I invite a spokesperson from Group 2 to speak on the first set of issues, which is the visual impact and loss of views.
To say about that, Stephen covered that slightly in his evidence at the start.
Thank you, Ms Dunn. I appreciate that. Ms Peters.
Given that I did have some evidence, but given the shortage of time, I think there are more important matters I'd rather make sure we covered.
Okay, so do you have any comments on the second issue then, which was the golf course? Does anyone have anything? No. Okay, do you have anything to say, the promoter, on these things, given there was no direct information, and we did hear a lot in our evidence session on the 12th of March?
The Convener, the only points I don't think I covered previously was about overshadowing. The distance from other properties to the school will make sure that there's no overshadowing of houses adjacent to the park, and the tree line will also act as a visual green barrier between many houses and the school, but I believe other points have been covered, including the point about Arthur's Seat, the view to Arthur's Seat, in our written submission. So in the interest of time, I'd stop at that.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any questions on what you've just heard there? No. And no final comments then, I would imagine? No. Okay, that's great. Thank you very much for your assistance in that. So we now move to category 4, which covers issues which were also considered at the preliminary stage, and the committee has already received a substantial amount of evidence on these issues. Therefore, it would not be productive use of the committee's or witnesses' time for evidence to represent a restatement of evidence which we already have and which will be taken into account. The committee would be interested in new information, for example, but only on the issues which are pertinent to the bill. Bearing this in mind, I invite a spokesperson for Group 2 to speak concisely on the first issue, which is the Parliament legislating subsequent to a court decision. Ms Peters.
City of Edinburgh Council have been quick to highlight that they can dispose of this land but not appropriate it for their own use, and claim that this is inconsistent. But like much of the information provided by City of Edinburgh Council on this matter, it is misleading. Yes, with the court's permission they can dispose or sell it, but it seems unlikely they would get the court's permission. And even if they could, it could only be sold to someone who will run it in perpetuity as recreational open space available to all. They will not find many buyers. As it currently stands, both legal positions prevent the loss of green space. This is consistent. Allowing the private bill to go through would cause an inconsistency, not resolve it. And I would refer you again to paragraph 5.5 of the Parliamentary Procedures on Private Bills, which in summary suggests that a bill should not go through if it sets an unintended precedent. And I'd also reiterate private bill guidance in paragraph 2.24 that states that the Private Bill Committee will want to satisfy itself that the promoter undertook a consultation process that was open, accessible, helpful, clearly timetabled, and where possible adopted and demonstrated innovative and best practice. Only if Parliament can say categorically and without doubt that other common good land will not go as a result of the example this private bill sets, can they confidently allow it to proceed.
Thank you. Anyone from Group 4 who wishes to add anything? No? Okay. We now move then to the second issue, and I invite someone in Group 2 to speak to the Precedent argument, obviously, that was mentioned in what you've just said. Ms Peters.
In cities across Scotland, we have seen councils choose to allow development on parks and playing fields with only common good land having any degree of legal security. Unfortunately, councils are now trying to get their hands on that for development as well. To suggest that this bill is a one-off underestimates the intelligence of the Scottish people and that of other cash-strapped councils. To deny the precedents a private bill sets looks weak against the backdrop of East Renfrewshire Council following quickly behind with a proposed school development on Cowan Park already going through the court. Coos Green in North Berwick is facing a similar threat. These are both common good land. To suggest that this private bill might offer a quick solution to the City of Edinburgh Council's issue must surely be at best naive, given the events that have led to this being considered by Parliament. To dismiss the concerns of 3,000 objectors may well result in yet further legal action and further delay in a new school for Portobello and ultimately having to build it on an alternative site.
Anyone from Group 4 wishing to address this? No. Okay, then we move to the third point then, and that's the consultation process.
I was not going to present on the consultation process, as I believe the Bill Committee are already fully aware of its flawed nature. But given that Ian Strachan again mentioned it in evidence, I thought it was worthwhile reiterating that this process was deeply flawed, with, among other things, no minimum age set for participating in a clear effort to skew the outcome. The literature provided by City of Edinburgh Council offered no detail around the alternative site options, and the slogans for gathering support for the development was, "Are you for the school or against it?" and "Vote yes for a new school." This was meant to be a consultation on the site for a new school, not about whether or not a new school was wanted or needed. The results are meaningless. From our council, we all expect fairness and consistency. A planning application was made to City of Edinburgh Council recently for a private nursery at 26 Duddingston Crescent. Interestingly, it was cited on the part of Duddingston Crescent that sits between Park Avenue and Hope Lane. It was refused. The first reason given was that the proposal is detrimental to road safety. I'm sure the irony will not be lost on the Bill Committee, and the full report can be seen in supplementary evidence category 4.3.
Thank you. Anyone from Group 4 wishing to speak in the consultation process? No? Okay, back to Ms Peters for the alternative sites.
I have provided 2 documents in supplementary evidence in this section. The first document takes an aerial view of both sites, as well as demonstrating quite what a small footprint the 8th-floor part of the school actually takes up. What can clearly be seen from the aerial view is that the only difference between the existing school site and the proposed development on the park is the potential for 1 additional playing field. Did we really need 8 years of delay, a legal ruling and now a private bill to get 1 extra playing field for Portobello High School when it takes it out of line with what other new high schools are currently being built in Edinburgh by City of Edinburgh Council are being offered? If the school was built on its current site, the park would more than make up for 1 less pitch, as the school could use the park for a range of outdoor activities. And it can't be argued that there would no longer be a need to bus children off-site for sport, because the internal gym facilities provided on the park site are actually significantly less than the comparative facilities a rebuild on-site could offer, so there would still be busing required. As previously covered by Ian, building the school on the park exposes 1,400 children, teachers and locals to more road safety dangers, given the proposed park site sits on the A1, a major artery road from the east into the city. The second document in supplementary evidence details clearly the differences between the originally proposed rebuild on the existing site from the Atkins 2003 report and the Portobello Park building. It is immediately obvious from the colour coding of that report, I don't know if you have it in front of you, that there are some winners and losers in terms of space with both proposals. But what is more glaringly obvious is the similarity in the educational facilities provided by both. Both schools are built on 3 floors. As a parent, my eyes are immediately drawn to the facilities for the key subjects, English, maths and science. Compared with a rebuilt on the existing site, the design for a school on the park provides 257 square metres less for teaching of English and modern languages. While there is a small increase in the floor space for mathematics of 20 square metres, sciences lose out by 65 square metres. Through a school on the park, the internal space for physical education is 114 square metres lower, and the drama department, usually a flexible teaching space, loses out by 111 square metres. It has become apparent that a primary reason, perhaps the most strongly argued reason for the new school being built on Portobello Park, is that it will improve the recreational facilities of the school. Yes, there will be one additional outdoor all-weather pitch, but the Council failed to mention that the indoor facilities within the proposed new gymnasium will be inferior to those the school currently enjoy. In this regard, an example is that the ceiling on the new gymnasium will be lower, thus impacting basketball facilities to such a degree that the game will not be able to be played in the new gym. Due to the new, smaller gymnasium, we're told students will need to take the 1.5 miles by bus to the council-owned Jack Cain Community Centre. It seems incomprehensible that, considering the Scottish weather conditions, the new building would skimp on the indoor gymnasium but put aside money to transport children to off-site facilities, and after separating out the hypocrisy, the need to build on Portobello Park to improve sports facilities. Separately, but no less importantly, the need to transport children by bus from the proposed site on the park to Niddry Mill Road creates a greater stress on the road network, especially around Park Avenue and Milton Road. The design for a school on the park site uses more of the space for circulation at the expense of physical classroom teaching space. Clearly, if less teaching space and more moving around space is deemed essential, it could be accommodated on the existing site. This loss of teaching space has not been highlighted to the community due to a lack of detailed information on the alternative options being provided through the consultation process or any other means. It is unfathomable how City of Edinburgh Council can expect to get a private bill through with the claim there are no other options available. Very clearly, there is at least one other option and, in many important respects, a better option available from a rebuild on site.
Thank you. Does someone from Group 4 wish to speak to any of those issues? No. Okay, and finally, again, Ms Peters, on the fifth point, the role of the Council.
There has been much rhetoric from the City of Edinburgh Council around the park site offering the best facilities, but today that myth has been dispelled with facts. We have consistently heard that the park is the quickest route, yet here we are 8 years on with a private bill and the potential for further legal action ahead of us, with no known outcome and no progress made with the Council's own twin-track approach. City of Edinburgh Council have demonstrated time and again by their actions that they care little for how long this takes. They knew there would be the potential for legal challenge in 2008 and could have moved quickly to resolve the legal debate in a joint legal action in 2009, but chose not to. They could have progressed the twin-track approach now as voted for by elected members and as they promised the community they would in 2012 and they told parents they would. I refer to Supplementary Evidence Category 4V, a letter from Gillian T, Director of Children and Families, dated 25th of October, to all school parents, in which she assured parents, we will now progress the twin-track approach, and it is important we have a backup plan. Yet there has been no progress made on this, and should the bill, or indeed further legal action, prevent the development of the park, City of Edinburgh Council have yet again, by their actions, taken the community back to square one. We have consistently heard developing the park as the cheapest option, yet City of Edinburgh Council, in their cost comparison, looked at standard building rates for a rebuild on site, but used negotiated, now out of date, lower figures in their assumptions for the park development. And they have taken no account of the cost of reimbursing the Common Good Fund, which, going on their own 2010 estimate for the existing school site, must equate to over £5 million for the Portobello Park site. Instead, they appear to be burying their head in the sand and assuming it can remain common good and hoping no one notices. At every stage and in every communication, City of Edinburgh Council have chosen to talk in school terms and not in school site terms. There are many written examples of this in supplementary evidence submitted under Category 4, Section 5. For example, the public announcement by Paul Godsick, Convener of Education, Children and Families, 12th of September 2012, when the legal result came out, was that he was surprised and extremely disappointed, and that there was still a compelling argument for a new school. Indeed, his communication was headed up reaction to ruling on the new Portobello High School Court appeal. Of course, the court's ruling was entirely about the development of this piece of open space, regardless of use. However, statements like this from a senior council official have a misleading effect in encouraging local people to believe that the argument is school or no school. Councillor Maureen Child's email a newsletter on the 12th of September 2013 stated, I want the school building to be the best we can ever possibly have, as quickly as we can possibly deliver it. The much preferred option, by a very long margin, remains Portobello Park. What I can't find anywhere is detail to explain that very long margin that justifies a school waiting 8 years to be built. We have established the facilities are similar, some even better with a rebuild on site. The teachers will be the same. So what exactly is it? Communications like this confuse the public, and many people not reading below the headlines believe that it is school on the park or no school. These are the same people who were encouraged to support the consultation on the side of the council.
Thank you. Anyone from Group 4 wish to make any remarks? Okay. I'll turn to the promoter now to address the concerns that have been put.
Thank you, Convener. As noted by the committee, the issues of the court's decision, legal precedent, site selection, the consultation process and the history of this project were considered at preliminary stage. It is therefore disappointing the objectors appeared determined to reopen these issues, notwithstanding they seem to be advancing simply the same arguments as before. Turning first to the role of Parliament legislating subsequent to Court of Session decision, the promoter is content to echo the committee's comment on this issue at paragraph 65 of the preliminary stage report. The courts interpret the law as it stands, but it is for the Parliament to amend the law if it believes it is appropriate to do so. In any event, it may be worth stressing that the Court of Session was never asked to decide and did not decide on the merits of the Council's proposals for Portobello Park. Litigation was solely concerned with whether or not the existing legislation allows local authorities to appropriate inalienable common good land from one statutory function to another. The Court decided that it does not, and the Council respects the Inner House's judgment on that matter. The bill does not seek to address that wider legal issue, but rather simply seeks to empower the Council to appropriate the park for education purposes. This would give the Council a power it would not have under the general law, which is the very essence of a private bill. Turning to the precedent argument, once again I would like to reinforce that this bill only applies to Portobello Park. It will not change the status of any other piece of land in Edinburgh, or indeed elsewhere in Scotland, and it will not set a precedent. I would also like to emphasise that the outcome of this process will have no bearing one way or another on the ability of local authorities to pursue private bills of their own. Enacting this bill would not make the process any easier for other local authorities, and rejecting it would not make the process any more difficult. The Council is otherwise content to echo the committee's comments on this issue in the preliminary stage report at paragraphs 66 to 69 to the effect that this bill, by definition, cannot set a precedent, and that while it would be open to other local authorities to pursue private bills if they so choose, any future private bill would be considered on its own circumstances and its own merits by a private bill committee and by the Parliament as a whole. The reference to East Renfrewshire I find confusing because going through the court, I'm not sure how that would in itself set a precedent for a further private bill, but I'm not aware of the details of the East Renfrewshire case. Turning to the consultation process, the private bill consultation had the highest response rate for any council consultation. As discussed at preliminary stage, there was an issue about the initial leaflet delivery in some areas, but we believe the high response rate demonstrates the local authority were fully aware the consultation was taking place. Both those in favour and those against our proposals actively campaigned in the local area during the entire consultation process. Our leaflet set out the Council's position clearly, and it did make reference to other options. And those opposing our proposals had the opportunity to set out their views in both of the public meetings. The objectors raised some reference to slogans. I'm not aware of the material that they're talking to, and it's certainly not something that emanated from the Council. The Council believes the outcome of the consultation, which was overwhelming support for our proposals, is a fair reflection of the views both locally
and on a wider basis across the city, and there is no credible reason to think otherwise. In response to the committee's recommendation, we did consider what lessons could be learned from the consultation process and set out the details of that in our written response in advance of this meeting. Regarding alternative sites, the issue of site selection was discussed extensively at preliminary stage. Potential sites have been considered many times over the last few years, and quite simply, Portobello Park is by far the best, most cost-effective and quickest location at which we could deliver the new school. We provided an update on Baileyfield in our letter to the convener of 31st of January, which we asked to be circulated to objectors. However, as noted in our written submission for today, there has now been a further development. The selling agents for the Baileyfield site confirmed last week, and only last week, that the sale of the site to another bidder has now been concluded, and so Baileyfield is no longer available as an alternative site for the school. This means the only backup option is a phased rebuild on the existing school site, but extended to include the area currently occupied by St John's Roman Catholic Primary School. This would deliver a significantly inferior outcome compared to the park. The objectives have suggested that the only benefit of building a new school on Portobello Park is the ability to provide one additional pitch. This is in itself a much more important consideration, they suggest, in terms of enabling us to deliver all curricular PE requirements on site, and so saving valuable teaching time that would otherwise be wasted busing pupils to off-site facilities. I have no idea where the suggestion of busing pupils to Jack Kane has come from. All of the curricular PE requirements for the new school will be delivered on the site. And the sports facilities have been designed in accordance with Sport Scotland guidelines. However, it is far from the only consideration. In addition to that issue, a phased rebuild on the existing site would entail relocating St John's RC Primary School. It would cost an estimated £13.4 million more than the cost to complete the new school in Portobello Park. £13.4 million of public funds, my funds, your funds. Take an estimated 4 years longer to deliver. It would impose constraints on site layout and design due to the necessity for a phase build, and would entail a lengthy period of potentially significant disruption to the education of the school's pupils due to having a construction site adjacent to the school. We do not believe it is possible to justify incurring those disadvantages in order to avoid a net loss of open space in the local area equivalent to less than the size of a football pitch, to use the football pitch analogy. The objectives are referred to the Atkins study, and as a new development seem to be now casting aspersions on the way in which the school has been designed and the internal space, which is new, but the internal space and the use of that has been designed by the school in accordance with the requirements for Curriculum for Excellence, and it has been overseen by HMIE, who are involved in the detailed design development process. So the suggestion of the new school in some way being biased towards some areas relative to what the Atkins study illustrated in 2003 is misleading and frankly incorrect. The new school has been designed to meet the curricular requirements for the pupils both now and in the future. The objectives have referred to the Atkins study. This was a desktop study produced by an external consultant in 2003, which suggested undertaking a phased build on the existing high school site only without relocating St John's RC Primary School. When council officers considered the proposal in detail at the time, it became clear that it was unachievable, and so it was never progressed any further. The objectors and their evidence refer to option 1 within that study, which was based in an internal school area 10% smaller than that which is now required, and produced a heavily compromised design both internally and externally. It would have been difficult to incorporate even one full-size pitch into that design, which furthermore only made provision for 21% less parking space than the existing plans for the park. It would have required substantial and very disruptive decanting of pupils over many phases. Finally, it did not allow for the necessary expansion of St John's RC Primary School, requiring it to remain on the same constrained site. A properly scaled overlay of the design for the school in the park relative to the existing combined school site was actually provided in Appendix 4 of the Council report of 25th of October 2012, which the objectors have referred to in evidence. The scale, I'm not sure what the scale points on the site options analysis purport to refer to, but I would refer to that council report, which does give you a properly scaled representation. Turning finally to misrepresentation and misinformation. The issues arising directly from this bill and the related proposals to build the new school in the park are the relevant issues for the consideration of this bill. However, we would of course be happy to address the background history further if that would be of assistance to the committee. Put simply, the Council does not accept there has been any misinformation provided in respect of either the new school project or this bill. I believe the community had more than adequate information and from multiple sources to form their own views on the matter and to reach their own conclusions. I think the level of the support for this bill from within the community, as evidenced by the outcome for this consultation, speaks for itself. The suggestion that there was a misrepresentation of the bill process in the consultation is misconceived. We've covered that in a written submission, so I'll not take up the time of the committee at this point. I think I'll end there, Convener.
Thank you very much.
Further time.
Thank you, appreciate it. Questions from the objectors? Ms Peters.
I mean, the bill committee are here to hear if there are alternative site options available. To suggest that I am misleading when I'm quoting figures from two council reports, council-produced reports, is itself misleading. But I am not saying that the Atkins report provides the best solution. It's not my place to say that. What I'm highlighting is that it does present an alternative option that would mean that the park does not need to be destroyed, and that is pertinent to the Bills Committee's decision. Both schools are built on 3 floors. Some new schools are built on 4 floors nowadays. There is the option for an architect to consider that. If 2 playing fields is essential for all new schools, then why are City of Edinburgh Council not providing that for the new James Gillespie's and the new Boroughmuir? Why does Portobello have to lose a park in order to gain these essential 2 playing fields?
Mr McIntyre.
Portobello is not losing a park, it's losing... with respect, if I could finish.
I mean, everyone has listened, so I mean, I think we should conduct ourselves in an adult manner. I don't know if that was befitting a committee. Sorry, Mr.
Thank you.
McIntyre.
Portobello is not, I would suggest, losing a park per se. It is losing less than the size of a full-size football pitch in terms of the open space available within the area. The space that's provided on the existing park is being significantly improved, and the overall area of green space, as we covered earlier in evidence, is actually being enhanced. So, as I said in my statement, this isn't just about a football pitch, it's about much more than that. And yes, there will be a loss of the park in its current form, but we as a council believe that that is a price worth paying relative to the other option, which is considerably inferior in so many shapes and forms. Time, money, and the quality of the school that can be delivered.
Peters.
To quote one of your sayings, that's just your opinion, and I would choose to disagree with that. Can I ask, and in actual fact, the last question I had was, are there other alternative site options available for this school?
There is one.
Yeah. So the Bill Committee should, in their decision-making, fully embrace the fact that there are alternative site options, and a private bill indeed is not actually required to achieve a new school for Portobello.
The private bill is not about the site of the school. It's about the powers that the council has to use Portobello Park. The council has never made any secret of the fact that there are other options. When the first consultation exercise was undertaken in 2006, there were 3 options that were considered. And the council in December 2006 took the decision that Portobello Park was by far the best option. And that remains the case. If you'd let me finish, as of now, Now that Baileyfield is no longer available to the Council, there remains one option, and that's not a rebuild on the current site, as you suggest, which is what the Atkins report purported to deliver. It is a phased rebuild on the entire school site, including the extended space required for St John's. And that's because to not do that would be to repeat the mistakes of the past and deliver a new Portobello High School on an inferiorly small site, and to deliver a new St John's RC Primary School on an inferiorly small site. So, there is one option remaining. I've explained in my response to you why that is so inferior in both cost, time and quality, and we've never made any secret of that. Now it's for the Private Bill Committee to take their own views on that. My apologies, Convener.
No, that's okay. Ms Peters, if you get a further question.
I wanted to know if the 3.4 million difference, additional 13.4 million, is that the out-of-date figure that quoting, or is this some revised figures that have been done? Because I know it's out to tender again, so they're...
I'm not aware of what you mean by out to tender.
Well, you say that there's 13.4 million difference from building on the park site to a rebuild on site. Now, given that you do not have an accurate pricing at the moment, as I understand it, for rebuilding on Portobello Park, because the tender is now out of date, I'm wondering, is that 13.4 million an out-of-date figure?
As I'm sure you'll be aware, the report to Council on 6th of February 2014 highlighted the revised arrangements that we've negotiated successfully with the contractor who, if the private bill is successful, would deliver a new Portobello High School in Portobello Park. The contract value is set out within that paper, and that was approved by Council. So the contract is not out to tender. I'm not sure where that information has come from. Balfour Beatty, if this private bill is successful, would be appointed to deliver the new school. And the costs for both completing the school in Portobello Park and the phased rebuild on the current site are taken from the Council report of 6th of February 2014, which is in the public domain.
Do you have can I let Mr Burns in and I'll come back to you? Sorry, Mr Burns.
This is a question for Brian. It's about the twin track approach. I just wondered if you could enlighten us on what you thought you'd be able to deliver on the two, as it was, alternative sites.
So, Convener, that's a question for me. Could Mr Burns clarify what he means by what you thought you would deliver on the two sites?
What difference there would be in, you're saying, the best? What is the actual definitive difference between the Baileyfield as it was, the on-school site and the park?
Well, the differences between the on-school phased rebuild and building of the school and the park I've just articulated in the response that my introductory remarks. Baileyfield, it would not have been as expensive, but it would have been considerably more expensive than the building on the park. But the detailed assessment of pros and cons, notwithstanding differences in cost and timescales, were set out in the Council report of November 2012, which has already been shared as evidence. I could read out from that, but that's already in the public domain.
If we've got the evidence, I'd prefer that you didn't, so thank you.
Sorry. So you're really talking about the cost differences, not the educational differences. There seems to be little difference in the education that can be delivered on either of the sites.
Could you define what you mean by educational differences?
There's classroom spaces, the PE facilities, the circulation space, the access to the school.
The internal space would be the same regardless of the site. I'm not sure what you mean by access to the school, if you could clarify.
Access to the school, where it's situated, whether the road safety is associated with a rebuild on site, a rebuild at...
One of the issues that we had identified for the Baileyfield site that was not explored in detail due to the fact that we did not know whether it was going to be secured or not was some concern that we had about accessibility and traffic and road safety. But whilst these were considered at a high level, we did not go into any detail on that. That would be something that we would have progressed if Baileyfield had become an option that was available to us.
Okay, thank you. Ms Peters, do you want to go back?
I just wanted to ask, given that the legal opinions you've had in the past have not stood up in court, do you feel it would be pertinent to have it confirmed that the park site can remain common good after the school is built, as the estimated cost of this land going on a 2010 valuation must be well over £5 million?
Convener, the issue of the status of the park in the event that the bill is passed, there is an amendment that was put to the committee for that and circulated to objectors. It's not an issue that's been raised by these groups. It was raised by the Group 1 objection, so it may be dealt with in the next session. So I'm not sure it's relevant today, but I'm in your hands on that.
If you could address just the questions, obviously, okay. That might mean repetitive. But okay. If you could just address the question, if that's okay, Mr. Livingston. All right.
Well, if there are concerns about the status, the legal status of the park in the event that the bill is passed and the project proceeds, there has been an amendment, a proposed amendment circulated to objectors in relation to that. We did ask objectors that if they had any comments on that or any concerns about whether it would be effective, that they would let us know, and we've had no correspondence from any objectors in relation to that issue.
Thank you.
It was in the letter to the convener of the 31st of January, which I understand the clerks proactively circulated to all objectors.
Would you mind giving us a brief resume of that?
Well, I think it's in that letter.
I think that's in the letter and it isn't a written evidence, so I mean that's easily searched given the time that we have available to us at the moment. Is there any further questions to... Yes, Ms Dunn.
I've got a question to Mr McIntyre about the consultation. I wondered what the level of support was for the private bill was in the Christian scheme. It wasn't broken down in the evidence that I've seen so far. I wondered if you could maybe provide us with that.
It's
lumped in with Magdalene and Bingham.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I wondered if we could have the level of support.
If the objectors could clarify specifically what they are looking for, the area, the street or postcode.
No, just the scheme, just this Christian scheme.
But I would require you to define clearly what properties would fall within that area, so that would allow me to do a proper assessment of what the response was. So if the objectors can furnish me with that, I will endeavour to do that.
If I can. Map suffice? If I send them a map and I can highlight on a map what's useful, the area that I'm talking about.
Yeah. Okay. Is that okay?
I will see what I can do. If I can provide that, I will do.
Okay. I have one other question about the raw data. Mr McIntyre said in his evidence before, some months ago, that he was the only council official that had seen the raw data from the consultation. And my question is, are there any intentions on the part of the council to have that raw data independently assessed?
Mr McIntyre.
The raw data, as I said in the council report of March 2013, has been independently assessed. It was independently validated by PricewaterhouseCoopers.
And you've submitted that report, haven't you?
Yeah, that report's been submitted. So from memory, around 45% of the overall submissions were validated by PricewaterhouseCoopers. There is no intention or plan to have that validated in any other way.
So 45%, did you say, was the sample, was it, that was, assessed by Price?
Rather than quoting numbers, I would refer to the report of, the council report of March 2013, in which I provided a full assessment of what analysis and validation had been undertaken by PricewaterhouseCoopers. It's
just PricewaterhouseCoopers made it very clear that this was neither an audit or a review of the data. They said that on the report.
Not sure what
they made it very clear. It was neither an audit nor a review of the raw data.
Right. PricewaterhouseCoopers, as a professional independent organisation, responded to the scope of the exercise that I asked them to do and validated the data. The full report, with the exception of, I think, a few personal details that were redacted for data protection purposes, were included within the council report of March 2013. I would refer the objectors to that.
Thank you. Mr Burns, then Mr Ross.
Billy was saying that there's no need to go off-site for PE facilities, but that's not what he was telling us at the planning meeting in the town hall, whenever that was, 2 years ago.
Well, I'm glad we've got an update now, because we've obviously moved on from there, so we'll go with the relevant information this morning. Thank you, Mr Ross.
Again, it's a question from Mr McIntyre. The Balfour Beatty tender is 3 years old. You've obviously negotiated a new price to do that. Before you finally award, you've got to allow the unsuccessful tenderers to see if they would like to challenge that, bearing in mind things have moved on 3 years, circumstances have changed. Have you done a risk assessment to decide whether the likelihood of a challenge and whether that would be upheld?
Convener, the Council's choice of contractor and the method by which they're appointed is not relevant to any of the issues that arise here. The objectors would essentially be asking the committee to decide whether the Council has complied with procurement legislation.
I would add that a notice was placed in the official journal, so all of the original tenders know, and we've not exactly made a secret of it.
The award under public procurement, you have to write to the alternative send and give a stand-down period.
The Council is well aware of its obligation under procurement law and will fully comply with that.
Okay, thank that. That is indeed a matter for the Council. So, if there are final questions, no, do the promoter have questions to the objectors on this issue?
I have one question, if I may,
okay.
The reason I hesitated to ask it, but there was reference to the twin-track approach and a suggestion that the Council has not progressed that. I would like to ask the objectors what they feel that the Council should have done on this twin-track approach, bearing in mind that we did make it very clear in the letter of October 2012 that these would be fallback options in the event that our preferred approach of building in Portobello Park is not successful. What have we not done that you would have expected us to do?
Well, I mean, it's my understanding that the bill might still not provide a successful result for you, and further legal action could occur which could result in the same. And I would prefer if our community were not starting off at square one. So if you're telling me that the alternative option is a rebuild on site, then I would hope that some progress could be made to find the best solution with a rebuild on site, because that may well be your only option. I mean, you were the one that came up with the twin-track approach. Therefore, the Council must have something in their mind of how they would see that proceeding. So to suggest that you have a twin-track approach and then to make no progress and then to ask me what I think I should do.
Well, it was you who suggested that we were not following the twin-track approach. I would remind you that I would remind you that we did say that we would progress this in the event that the option to build in Portobello Park was unsuccessful. In terms of the two options that were fallbacks, Baileyfield, we did not know the definitive outcome until last week. To have incurred what would have been significant design costs in working up a design for that site, which would now have been completely and utterly abortive, would have been an utter waste of public money. In terms of a phased rebuild on the current site, that is intrinsically linked to what would happen on a new St John's RC primary school. Again, it's dependent on what the outcome of this process is. So we established a twin-track approach so that in the event that we could not build in Portobello Park, we would have a fallback option. There is nothing that we could have done up to this point on that twin-track option that would have made any sense and would have represented value for money. I just wanted to make that point.
Okay.
Convener, just one further question. Ms Peters referred to the possibility of further legal action. I just wonder if she could explain what further legal action she had in mind there.
I don't have anything in mind at this point.
Thank you. Do any of the objectors have any final comments? Rick Gunn.
I've still got a statement to make.
And on category 4, we're not there yet. We're not there yet.
All right, that's fine.
So this is on category 4. Does anyone have anything else to say in relation to category 4? I'm going to find closing comments after this. If
okay,
that's
well, yes, I better say this then.
Okay. So you're saying it now?
Yeah, it'll not take long.
Okay.
I think, as long as I don't stumble too much. I am Archie Burns. My children attended Portobello High from 1995 till 2009. During that time, I was chair of the PTA and a member of the school board and parent council. I've always supported a replacement school, and the council tell us that this can be delivered without the irreversible loss of Portobello Park. The council have demonstrated that they can be innovative and have delivered other schools on existing sites or on brownfield sites. I show that the council has consistently tailored the information they provide to suit their aims rather than to be being open and transparent. This was apparent from the beginning of the project and still continues. Freedom of information requests should allow the public to understand the council's decisions and the evidence they are based on, but this is rarely the case. In the case of the development of Portobello Park, the common recurrences are, it will cost too much, we don't hold that information, we want to keep it confidential for legal or commercial reasons. Here it is, we've redacted everything that's of interest. I got a pile of stuff yesterday that seems to fall into that category. The intervention of the Information Commissioner has made some information available after a lengthy wait. It has been clear from the start, more than 10 years ago, that the Council were intent on developing Portobello Park. The delivery of a new school for Portobello has always seemed to be a secondary consideration, an excuse to build in green space where housing or other developments could never be contoned. The decision to abandon the well-supported and virtually risk-free option of a rebuild on site, which would have offered certainty, is an early indication that the school is not the driving force for the development. This is reinforced by the total disregard for the potential outcome of the legal issues which brought us here today. The failure to have a fallback option, a plan B, further delayed the delivery of the school, which is what the community really wants. Also illustrated, this also illustrated that the development of the park is more important than the school. The council made claims in their promotional exercise, perhaps consultation process, for the private bill, for which no evidence has been provided. The timescales for delivering the royal assent to the private bill to allow the proposed development is based on aspirational to start building before the planning expired or to avoid the need to re-tender. Freedom of information requests have not delivered any evidence contrary to this. The cost of their preferred option is based on a low tender for a company which is reputed to be successful in making money from projects, sometimes by identifying opportunities in the tender documents. This risk was ignored in the promotion of the preferred option as the lowest cost. It is now clear that these dates are passed and the community was misled regarding the relative delivery dates of the available options. A review of the project timescales for James Gillespie's and Boroughmuir High Schools indicate that the Council can deliver expediently sooner than the promotional material suggested. Portobello Park has been subject to planning blight and has suffered little or no investment. The Council made decisions it wanted since the Council decided they wanted to develop it. Requests for expenditure on the park would quantify this, but this has not been made available. It now seems that the Council have identified another issue in the form of a legal challenge, which is identified in their response to a Freedom of Information request, FOI 2506. A response to this was later was received late yesterday afternoon, but I have had no time to consider this. The reluctance to keep the public informed regarding the risks of this project are illustrated by the refusal to deal effectively with FOI requests. A number of FOI requests are included in my evidence, and I will no doubt have to wait for the Information Commissioner to provide the answers to them. As a member of the public, I find it informative that a council which claims to promote openness and transparency is reluctant to inform the electorate in this highly contentious debate. Perhaps they expect the bill to be passed on McKenny McCaskill's statement. The council has my full backing in any attempts to further appeal the decision or to explore alternative options. There is currently no plan B, but whatever happens, a new school needs to be constructed as soon as possible. That was on the 12th of the 9th, 12. And I spoke to an MP today who said he had been whipped to voting yes for it. An MSP, sorry. Look at the risk register for 2012.
Mr Burns, that comment, that last comment was completely out of order.
Sorry, take it off there. It's true, but it's...
Well, it's not true at all. Nobody's been whipped to vote in any way in regards to this. It's not true at all.
It was suggested that you'd been
Well, it may well have been suggested, but I can assure you there's absolutely no truth.
The words you used were equipped.
But one...
I don't know actually what that means, but...
you don't know what means?
What equipped means.
You don't know what means. Well, maybe that's a part of the research for future. As for final comments,
seems to know what
Mr Burns, as for comments specifically on Category 4, you're playing him a good nature here when the freedom of information was not there.
And we can go after that.
Right.
Okay. A look at the risk register for February 2012 identifies a potential cost of £30,000 for delays and legal costs. As we know, these were recently reported at £172,116.50, 6 times their guess. And I understand that these do not include council staff times or a cost to the council taxpayers or court costs which are paid from taxes. So we could well be looking at £300,000 because of the council's mismanagement of the legal risk, the risk of the legal issues. Also in this register, excuse me, also in this risk register was a risk description.
I'm going to have to stop you there because it's got absolutely nothing at all to do. No, it hasn't, Mr Burns. And I'm the convener and I'll decide what's relevant and what's not this morning. I'm sorry, Mr Burns, no, you will not. I'm now going to a member of the committee, Alison McInnes, who has a final, some questions to make before we go to final comments.
Thanks. So just a couple of questions for the promoters and one for Ms Peters, if it's possible, just to clarify things. Dr McCulloch and Mr Carr made particular point of the nature of the park and its flat and its accessibility, and Dr McCulloch was particularly concerned about access for disabled people, and I wondered if the council had carried out an equalities impact assessment of the proposals.
I wouldn't be able to give you a definitive answer to that, so I would need to come back to you. Okay. What I would say is that in,
could you address
in framing the current park is not level. It is, you'll have seen from your visit, there is a slope on it. The paths around its circumference and also those around the golf course are substandard. They're more desire lines than anything else. As part of the overall design proposals, we have sought to make sure that we improve the accessibility to the park, as I said in my introductory remarks, particularly for those of a less mobile nature. So by improving the entrances, by having properly surfaced paths, both throughout the area that's currently occupied by the path at the park, but also the desire lines currently either side of the golf course, it very much should be much more accessible to those with disability or other infirmities. Similarly, providing lighting would make it a safer environment, and the actual school itself will be fully compliant with all disability, discrimination and access requirements.
That's helpful. Ms Peters made a comment that you didn't pick up on, that there was no binding commitment to the replacement open space. Perhaps if you could outline how the council will ensure that the mitigation that you're proposing on the alternative site will actually be delivered.
I would pass over to my colleague, Mr Strachan, to respond on that. But I would like to say, for the committee's benefit, we have this matter was discussed at council during the last report, the 6th of February 2014, and the council leader himself reaffirmed the commitment of the City of Edinburgh Council to delivering this area of open space. It will be delivered. The council has taken that decision. It's reaffirmed that decision on many occasions, but I'll pass to Mr Strachan in terms of Fields and Trust.
Yes, of course. In the first, I think we covered previously in Evidence Committee and also in a letter to the Parliament of 31st of January why we felt the Fields and Trust was an appropriate and suitable protection there. Briefly, we didn't feel we could include anything in the bill around it. Not only would it be extremely difficult to identify it on a plan, but as regards the current school site where the project to proceed, we aren't yet sure what the land take for that new area of open space would actually finally be. And in addition, we also felt it would be inadmissible in terms of the bill in connection with the park to include other elements such as that. We looked at other options, whether there was any possibility of making those areas of new open space enable common good. The law is complex, as we've clearly heard before, and to an extent unclear. We are aware of no legal authority that would permit such a dedication classification itself, and also if the law around common good was varied in the future, then any existing protections could not be guaranteed. Title burdens was something else we considered. Generally, they are only put in place where land ownership changes, which is not the intention here. We would also need to identify a willing and suitable landowner to enforce those. Title conditions are vulnerable to challenge, and again, cannot be guaranteed that they would remain in place in all time coming. Some sort of lease and leaseback arrangement potentially could be put in place. That would be relatively complex, be unusual for a local authority to take in such a situation as this, the potential tax implications. And again, we would need to identify a suitable and willing counterparty to the leases. It would again involve a disposal of land, and in much the same way as Field and Trust would involve a contractual protection. Further, any option which involved disposal could well need court consent, where it's inalienable common good land, as such that corner of the park that will remain. And again, there is a point with the new area of open space where the current school is, then the exact land take is not yet known. And in terms of that, wouldn't, given that we couldn't do anything about that now, that wouldn't alleviate concerns that we might not ultimately deliver on that. Again, as Mr McIntyre said, we have given a number of commitments, the Council, to the delivery of these open spaces. In October 2012 Council report, February 2014 report. The new areas of open space, one of the compensatory measures set out in the Council's formal application for planning renewal in 2013. And again, we felt that Field and Trust was a suitable protection. If it's helpful, I can cover some of that before. I know you heard that before. So, taken all together, we felt that Field and Trust was a suitable measure to help secure that.
A question for Ms Peters. Yeah. You twice said that the serious accident rate on Milton Road was twice the national average, which I think is at odds with what Mr Ross said, because you were taking together serious and slight accidents. Can you just confirm your figures there? I feel that they're at odds.
Sorry, do you want to just... I didn't understand the question. Sorry, could you repeat it, please?
I thought that you were saying that taking together serious and slight personal injury accidents, that was twice the national average.
Well, sorry, that's the way you assessed them.
Yes, but Ms Peters then said twice the national average for serious accidents. So I'm just trying to...
That was a misquote from Ms Peters.
So
are they not all hospitalised, though? I thought you'd say that.
Yeah, but they are. But there's three types of...
Yes,
there's fatal, serious, and I think Jennifer...
I just regarded anything hospitalised as serious.
Okay, thank you. We now move to the closing comments. So I invite Jennifer Peters to make the final comments for Group 2.
I value highly good education, and back in 2003 the Council identified a new school could be built on the existing site. It failed to deliver this. A new school is needed and could have been delivered long ago had the Council not been so intent on building on inalienable common good land. At every stage, City of Edinburgh Council have treated the process of developing the park as a tick-box exercise to achieve their end goal of building on common good land and securing a free development site. Planning concerns, including road safety and congestion, fell on deaf ears. Concerns over the consultation process for the private bill fell on deaf ears. Concerns over the legality of appropriating the park fell on deaf ears. Concerns over whether the land can remain common good land are still falling on deaf ears. Demands for City of Edinburgh Council to follow the twin-track approach, as was voted for by elected members, continues to fall on deaf ears. Demands for a road safety audit, which is standard practice for building projects like this, continues to fall on deaf ears. Concerns over the safety of 1,400 children and residents of Portobello, Duddingston and the surrounding area continue to fall on deaf ears. City of Edinburgh Council are treating this bill as a tick-box exercise, hoping that the Bill Committee, like many of the residents of Portobello, will believe the headlines and not consider the detail below it, which screams that this is not the right thing for the residents of Portobello and Duddingston or the wider Scotland. That open green space cannot command due consideration of its value or benefit surely cannot be a message that the Scottish Parliament wants to deliver to the people of Scotland and the councils that represent them.
Thank you. Gillian Dunn, to make any final comments for Group 4.
The only comment I'd like to make is really to finish off Archie's statement, which is the last, if you don't mind, was in regards to the risk, the risk register. And it was the description from the Council that highlighted on Belfast Beatty's potential claims due to unrealistically low tender. So with a cost an order of magnitude higher than the legal cost, one wonders how this can equate to lowest cost and whether the true outturn costs were used in the promotional exercise. And apart from that, I would just like to second everything that Jennifer said. Thank you for listening to this.
Thank you. And the promoter, any final comments?
I'll keep them brief, convener, and mindful of time. Portobello Park is by far the best, most cost-effective and quickest location on which we could deliver the new Portobello High School. That view was reached after extensive assessment of the various options and is shared by a very significant number of people within the local community. We firmly believe that the benefits of delivering the new school in the park, including the new community facilities, the improvements made to the remaining open space on the site and the other open spaces in the area, and the other compensatory and mitigation measures that will accompany the project would more than outweigh any potential drawbacks. I would reiterate that many of the detailed issues that were discussed today were raised and considered in great detail during the planning processes this project has now gone through twice. Where valid concerns were identified, appropriate mitigation measures were proposed and have been approved, and these will be put in place should the project proceed. I would again note that the issues already considered as part of the planning process are not directly relevant to the bill, which is solely concerned with the status of the park and the Council's powers in relation to it. I hope the committee will agree with the Council's position on these points discussed today, and particularly that members will be consent that where issues would or may arise as a result of these proposals, our compensatory and mitigation plans will address them. However, we would be very happy to consider any further steps the committee would recommend to the Council take in order to alleviate any concerns that you have. And should you wish any further information in respect to the issues we've discussed this morning, we would of course be very happy to provide that.
Thank you. That concludes the evidence session for groups 2 and 4, with a brief suspension in order we can get the next groups 3 and 6 seated. Thank you. We now move into the evidence session involving groups 3 and 6. Where it is appropriate, the promoter may wish to refer to evidence provided earlier in the session if this has already been covered and the specific concerns addressed. This will avoid unnecessary repetition. Where a group does not wish to address a specific topic, please indicate the intention at the start of the consideration of the relevant category. The promoter will still have the opportunity to comment if you so wish. For Group 3, I welcome David Kilcare, Lead Objector, Jean Douglas and Bill Flockart. And for Group 6, I welcome Beverly Klein. I invite David Kilcare, followed by Beverly Klein, as Lead Objectors of Groups 3 and 6 to provide brief introductory remarks on behalf of their respective groups. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Convener. My name is David Kilcare, representing Group 3, along with Jean and Bill Flockhart. In our group, the number of written objections was in fact 8, but there were 44 other people who had signed a petition. So in that sense, we're here representing 52 people. The group consists of those who live not immediately adjacent to the park, but very near it. Duddingston Park is, I suppose, the road, Duddingston Park itself, is approximately 100 to 150 metres from the edge of the park. So we know it, we live around it, we use it, and we look at it. Some of us have lived in the area for a considerable time and can remember how this particular park was used in the past and could well be used again in the future if the circumstances were right. We have a direct experience of the traffic. We see how the present students of the high school move around the area. And other than that, we bring no particular expertise. There's been a lot of almost forensic detail this morning, some of which is, I must confess, difficult to take in at one go. And we'll not be providing that. We like to think that we're, as residents, we're applying a degree of common sense to this question. We like to think that we're taking a simple, hopefully not simplistic view of what this is all about. And I'd like to think of it in terms of asking ourselves, how appropriate are 3 particular actions that the Council is proposing and that the committee is having to come to a decision about? First of all, how appropriate is it that an existing urban park, which has existed for decades, should be, in effect, whatever has been said in my view, in effect destroyed as a park? How appropriate is that when it doesn't have to be destroyed to meet the end of a new school? How appropriate is it to build a 12 to 1400 high school on a main trunk road? And we know, I will give a little bit of evidence in a minute or two, we know how busy that road is. We don't need to have traffic surveys to tell us exactly how much traffic goes along that road. And the third question we want to ask ourselves is, how appropriate is it to actually change the laws of Scotland to achieve or to allow the Council to achieve those particular ends? Because that is a very important decision to have to make, of course. As local residents, we're not merely looking at this from our local perspective. We're not NIMBYs. We're not simply saying, don't build it here because we don't, it's getting in our way. But we are mindful of the wider community of Portobello, of course. That includes all the students who may go to a school. It includes other residents who move around the area. And, of course, indeed, the traffic considerations involve people who have nothing to do with Portobello. They simply find themselves having to get along an extremely busy road, which may become even more busy and more dangerous as a result of the proposed action. The eliminating of that park, it not only removes the healthful aspects of the trees, the open space, the views for us, and we've heard earlier today how important they are, at least to some people. But we have to think of the future generations of young people who might want to use that area for play, for recreation, for sporting activities, as has happened in the past, but which, I would agree with what we've heard earlier, has been actively discouraged in the recent past. I fully understand why the council might wish to discourage that, but it seems to me that the park as it exists at the moment is not a functioning park in the way that it has been and the way in which it could be in the future. The council's phrase is its preferred site. Preferred, but not the only possible one. Again, as we've heard. The council have made a great play of replacement space. But it seems to me that that misses the point completely. Space, urban space, is important because of where it is. You can't say, oh, well, we'll just get rid of this bit of space and tag a bit more onto some other space. That does not in any way achieve the same ends at all. So the notion of compensation for what would be the loss of this, I think, bears very little weight. I think what does bear a lot of weight with us is the safety of young people in this whole question of a new school. At a previous meeting, the council suggested that 75% of the local population were in favour of the new school. They've conducted their own surveys. Because the problem with surveys is that you need to know what questions were asked and who they were asked of, which I'm certainly not clear about. I know it has been suggested that on some street surveys, the question being asked was, are you for or against the new school? Well, of course, it's almost predictable what the answer to that would be. But suppose the question were, should we build a school for 1,200 pupils on a trunk road, which at 8:30 a.m. carries over 1,000 vehicles per hour in one direction and 600 in that same hour in the other direction? And I didn't lift those numbers from any document or survey. I went up to Milton Road last Wednesday and stood there and counted them. And there were just over 1,000 per hour entering the city, travelling from east to west, and 583, I think I counted, travelling from west to east. This is immediately along the road which the school main entrance abuts. I mean, as part of the renewed planning permission, and of course the council seems to rely on the planning permission a great deal, as if it's somebody else's problem. As long as somebody else says it's okay, then it is okay, and they seem to rather slough off their responsibility for thinking about that very deeply. But in that renewed planning permission, it did say, and I quote, that it was the opportunity to build a school on a, here's the quote, suitable site without creating any adverse impact in terms of residential amenity or road safety. Now, I find that statement literally incredible, meaning I cannot believe that. How could that not have any impact on road safety? And of course, it's all very well to to look at figures, current figures for accidents, when the suggestion is that up to 1,400 young people are going to be entering that area and walking around that area 5 days a week. And I must say, it's this quality of understanding the decision-making on the part of our elected representatives and their officials that bothers me, certainly. I think there are huge and significant worries about safety, both of the students and the general public. And in a few minutes, I think you will hear some more details which would support that view. Two of our group are teachers or ex-teachers. And I think because of that, I think we're aware, in a way in which perhaps some other professions are not, about how students behave, because we've seen them, we've worked with them. And again, it's all very well to say, well, we have this path and that path that lead to this entrance and that entrance, as if students are sort of dribbling in, causing nobody any particular problem. But what you need to think of is, what do those students do at lunchtime? Now, we've heard even today that the school is going to have such wonderful catering facilities and so on, that virtually all of the kids will want to stay in at lunchtime. I have some familiarity with a number of Edinburgh schools, and I can tell you that that is not the case, in my experience anyway. The kids, by the time lunch gets there, are starving, as we probably are sitting here at the moment. They exit en masse. They're heading for the nearest pizza or chips or whatever. At the moment, of course, they head down the road into central Portobello, where there are numerous outlets. But there aren't numerous outlets in the immediate vicinity of the park. In my view, it is a considerable farther distance from the park to the central Portobello, although the proposer suggests, again, I'm quoting, that the distance, that it is not significantly farther. Well, in my view, 500 plus meters is significant, and when you add it to the existing distance they have to go, it would take at least 15 minutes to get to Portobello. So will they go there? Well, some hardy souls might, but huge numbers will want to cross Milton Road or Duddingston Park to get to an existing chip shop or to other existing outlets, or even to go over to Asda, where they might be able to find some food. All of those routes demand that they cross this busy road. I'll try and finish very quickly now, bearing in mind the time. I mean, I mentioned about whether it was appropriate that the law should be changed to allow this to happen. And I would repeat that. Is it sound governance that the laws of Scotland be amended simply to allow a local authority, whoever they might be, particularly when there is significant local opposition, and there's no doubt about that, and when the outcome could be achieved in another way? And I have to say, in my view, this is an authority that has not handled this whole question of the replacement school very well. For example, almost deciding they were going to build on this park without considering the implications, whether it was possible, whether it was legal, whether it was really practicable. So I hope, if I may address the committee, which of course is what I'm doing, that you will be judicious as well as judicial. You are judicial because you're in a position of being able to change the laws. But I hope you're judicious in your consideration of the evidence that's been put before you. I would suggest that mere numbers, be they of the public or of councillors, should not necessarily sway a decision. I mean, the proposed school is indeed a local issue, but the private bill is a national issue, and the outcome of these deliberations can and will have profound effects in other places and at other times, notwithstanding the comment from the Council that this will have no future implications for other bills. Let me just end by something that may seem rather trivial, but it might even seem rather sinister. If you look at the current Google map of the area, Portobello Park has ceased to exist. Every other green space in Edinburgh on that map is green. The golf course is green, but Portobello Park is no longer green. Now, that may or may not be of any great significance, but it's certainly something that I wonder, has somebody been suggesting that, in fact, perhaps I can answer my own question. It was suggested, I heard earlier this morning, that maybe the reason was that it wasn't in a fit state to be coloured green. Well, that says it all. And that's the end of my introduction, apart from to say, Madam Convener, that we will be dealing only with Category 1 and Category 2. We will have one speaker, Jean Douglas, who will speak to Category 1, and one speaker, Bill Flockhart, who will speak to Category 2, and that will be our contribution, and then it will be Group 6.
Thank you very much. Just to remind people, however, we do have to be finished by 1:40 today. So where we get to will be a matter for timing, and then we'll have to reflect on that as we go. But thank you. Beverly Klein.
Good afternoon. By way of introduction, I'm the mother of a primary 4 daughter who will attend Portobello High School in a few years' time. She is here today, and despite my arguments against it, she wanted to attend the session and thought she would get the chance to take part and get a microphone. Had to disabuse her of that. But as her parents, whilst we're prepared to allow her to be here today, we are Democrats in our family, and we did not believe it was appropriate to allow her to take part in the consultation that other parents allowed their children to take part in. She is 8 years old, and she is bound to have formed views based on parental influence, and for that reason, she did not get the opportunity to take part in the vote, and that is something that I will discuss in my later submissions about the flawed consultation process. Group 6, on whose behalf I speak today, some of the people who objected as part of Group 6 are here today, and they have submitted objections based on the entire consultation process and to an extent about the participation of children. However, part of what I want to get across today is how very, very difficult this whole process has been for many of us, those of us in Group 6 particularly. Not only have some of us been very significantly financially disadvantaged by having to pay £20 to make our democratic objection to this bill, but some of us have been vilified in the community and marginalised, and that, I'm sure you'll appreciate, has been terribly difficult. As my sister and I said in our letter of objection, we felt we had no choice but to put our head above the parapet, and that's what it really has involved, putting our heads above a very, very nasty parapet. However, what I propose to do today is to not make speeches about the topic of the flawed consultation and the loss of amenity, but to ask the promoter in a series of question and answers about the processes upon which I wish to focus. I hope that will be viewed, and it certainly is the case for me, as a far better exchange mechanism for getting information and getting to the root of the issues, and it's quite a direct approach, so I hope that will be in order. Part of what I want to get across is that during the consultation process and at a number of public meetings, some of which I attended, council officials and the bill sponsor gave information that they knew either to be incorrect or transpired to be false. And I have lodged some paperwork that I hope will be able to clarify some of these points, and we will be able to refer to, and I know the committee has these papers there. Some of the conduct of the council has been, and I don't mean to be over dramatic by the use of this word, but utterly alarming to me as a parent who has taken out of my daughter's school bag drop leaflets that have quite staggered me. And again, I will come to that. I will also deal with the loss of amenity and ask the promoter questions, and again refer to some documents. Portobello Park, as I'm sure you will be aware, has two areas of social housing, Magdalene and the Christians, where my granny lived when I was growing up, and indeed only until a few years ago when she died. Magdalene and Christians sit on two of the four boundaries of the park, which is an absolutely amazing resource for these residents, and its proximity for them is critical. Many don't have cars to take them to other open spaces for recreation, as I am able to do with my daughter easily. And many people who live in the Christians and Magdalene and other areas round about have mobility issues. For me and for other people, certainly in Group 6, this is a social inclusion issue that we see the need to fight this in order to retain this park, our park. As I said in my objection letter, I lived in a tenement in Leith until I was 8 years old. But as I've said, my granny lived in the Christians. And Portobello Park was the only place my brother and sister and I were allowed to play unsupervised. Like many others, I have rose-tinted memories of that, and have enjoyed taking my daughter there and sharing these precious, precious memories with her. And she has also enjoyed that. I'm going to finish up by saying one of Group 6 members in the letter of objection put it so well by saying that the park is for, and I quote, recreational use in perpetuity. This is not a purpose with no modern relevance. With obesity and public health so often making headline news, the retention of our park is more relevant than ever. And for me, as I've said, it has not been easy to stand up and be counted on this issue. But if we do not act on matters of importance to us, why bother encouraging the active citizenship part of the curriculum for excellence in our schools? That's part of the reason why my daughter is here today. And I would urge the committee, please listen to us today, but more importantly, please hear us. Thank you.
Thank you. Invite the promoter to briefly state any opening remarks.
Firstly, I'll resist the temptation to respond just now to Ms Klein's accusations about me personally, which I find deplorable. But in the interest of time, I think what I covered in my introductory statement for Groups 2 and 4 largely covers the issues that are covered by Groups 2 and 6. So if it would be acceptable, other than to reinforce the fact that we do believe that the disadvantages are significantly outweighed by the many advantages of delivering a new school in Portobello Park. In light of the considerable overlap and duplication between the two groups, I'd think it would be more sensible to leave the time for the detailed consideration, if that would be acceptable.
I appreciate that, thanks. Okay, well, we'll move to Category 1 now. And I invite the spokesperson for Group 3 to address the first set of issues, which are the loss of amenity and the use of the park, please. So, Mr Douglas.
My name is Jean Douglas, and I am a resident who lives near the park. And as has been said earlier, Portobello Park is the only large open space in the area and on the very busy A1. But it offers an oasis of tranquility, which is acknowledged as having physical and mental benefits for the community. The medical school at the University of Exeter recently published research in the Journal of Environment, Science and Technology, showing that green space in towns and cities could lead to significant and sustained improvements in mental health. The lead researcher, Dr. Ian Alcock, states, "We've shown that individuals who move to greener areas have significant and long-lasting improvements in mental health. These findings are important for urban planners thinking about introducing new green spaces to our towns and cities, suggesting they could provide long-term and sustained benefits for the local communities." Portobello Park is overlooked on all sides, which makes it very safe for everyone, for dog walkers, lone women, but especially children. Until 2011, when the council dug up the grass, removed the goalposts, it was a very popular area for the local children. It is one of the few places where football and other ball games are not restricted. Now such games are impossible. We know that the Scottish Government is worried about child obesity. So how can the loss of Portobello Park be justified? My children spent a lot of time on Portobello Park, where local children met informally for a variety of games. This meant that they all knew one another and became friends, and the families became friends. There was a real community spirit. Until recent years, my grandchildren and their friends enjoyed the same freedom of exercising and socialising on the park. But the council's actions have made that impossible. Where do you think the local children should play after school, at weekends and in the school holidays? Bookable pitches will not replace free public space, which is currently available at all times. The vague plans of the council to make these artificial pitches available for informal use have been tried elsewhere and do not work. Other schools have had to stop free access to the pitches because they were being damaged, and they also encouraged antisocial behaviour. For example, at Castlebrae High School. The pitch at nearby Holyrood High School has never been freely available. The artificial pitch at the existing school is also not publicly available. The security which is required around a school site is not compatible with unrestricted access to open green space. I'll be brief. The council has made much of their claim that providing 2 pitches will remove the need to bus the children off-site for sport. But children of Portobello High School are currently bussed off also for indoor sports, and the new school will not have any extra indoor sports facilities. Holyrood High, a new school of similar size, built 4 years ago and 1 mile along the road, is an excellent school, catering for a very large catchment covering 1/3 of the city. It only has 1 pitch, but still manages to provide the full curriculum requirement for physical education. There are very few city schools which have more than 1 pitch. The council's insistence that they must have 2 full-size pitches for the new Portobello High is the only reason why Portobello Park is the only option, in spite of the fact it has so many disadvantages. If the council had acknowledged that 1 pitch, along with good indoor facilities, would allow the school to deliver a full PE curriculum, then they would not have ruled out a rebuild on the site. And would not have come to the conclusion that the only way to deliver a new school is by promoting this private bill on common good land. There is also a serious moral issue about building on Portobello Park. The title deeds from when this park was created are very clear. It is to be used for recreational purposes only, with no buildings except for sporting purposes, such as a clubhouse. And these conditions were, as we've heard, in perpetuity for all time. We maintain that the Council has a moral responsibility to respect these conditions of this wonderful space and ensure that the benefits which the residents of the city have enjoyed over the past 100 years will be preserved for future generations. We have a question and we would like to ask the representative from the Children and Families Department. Bearing in mind all the amenities which the residents of the local area will lose and the disadvantage of noise and light pollution until 10 p.m. at night, as well as serious traffic congestion with the ensuing danger of accidents, will he specify in what ways the Council believes that the school on the park will improve the area and enhance the lives of the local community? We have heard time and again that it is simply the best site. But there is substantial evidence of the real and negative effects likely to be felt by the local community. Where is the recognition of what we are losing? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Beverley Klein, do you have any points to raise that haven't already been covered by Ms Douglas?
No, but I fully endorse what she said.
Okay, thank you. Promoter, would you like to come back on?
Yeah, and I'll respond to your question in terms of my statement as well, although there will be a degree of repetition of what I've covered earlier, I'm afraid, Convener. In relation to concerns about loss of amenity in open space, I would again highlight, as I did earlier, that the overall net loss of open space in the area would be equivalent to a little less than a football pitch. There should be no discernible loss of amenity for any particular recreational or leisure activity. Walking and dog walking, which are the main uses of the park at present, could continue at the park site. The new paths added to the area of open space that will remain at the park and the improvements made to the paths around the park and the golf course will also make the site more accessible for those with limited mobility or young children. The new pitches will bring life back into the park, being usable in all weathers and 7 days a week for extended hours. This will deliver a greater benefit to the community than the former pitches, which saw only limited use. I would again refer to the map that was produced earlier, which shows a large amount of green space in the area which will remain. It's already there, that's not going to change. The vast majority of those living around Portobello Park will still have large areas of green open space within easy reach. Joppa Park, Jewel Park, Bingham and Figget Park. And indeed, there's a very large area of green space here at the golf course, although that's not accessible because it's only limited use. Magdalen Glen will be upgraded as part of this project's compensation measures, and you can also see the other smaller areas of open space that are available for informal activities. The area is shaded in light green. As I explained to the committee earlier, this map demonstrates the generous provision of good quality open space which already exists in the vicinity of Portobello Park. The vast majority of residences, those in the streets shown in dark red, meet both standards set out in the Council's open space strategy, being within 800 metres of a good quality area of open space of at least 2 hectares in size, and also within 400 metres of a good quality area of open space of at least 500 square metres. Portobello Park does not currently contribute towards achieving these policy standards, as it is only of fair quality, and nor does the golf course, as it is not accessible. This map does also not take account of the remaining area of open space at the park, which would be down here, nor the new area of compensated open space of over 2 hectares which would be created on the existing combined school site, both of which would be classed as at least good quality and would therefore improve compliance with the standards in the Council's open space strategy. In addition to the existing provision of open space in the area and the Council's commitments to add new areas of good quality open space, the Council believes that the new all-weather pitches will give those living in the area the opportunity to benefit from fantastic new sports facilities on their doorstep, with all the health benefits that that would entail. You did talk about the increasing childhood obesity. Benefits would also arise from the fact that siting the new school in Portobello Park would also allow us to provide 2 pitches
on which the school can provide all curricular PE activity on site. This would result in an increase in the amount of physical activity and exercise undertaken by pupils in the school, as it would avoid valuable lesson time by wasting them being bused to off-site facilities. The park is the only option that could deliver that outcome. In relation to the compensatory open space itself, as I indicated earlier, £1 million has been allocated for this purpose from the project budget. Local community would be involved in deciding what form the open space will take, and we are very confident it will enhance the overall provision of open space in the area. I think I'll stop at that, pause at that, Convener, because I'm conscious of time. But if today's objectors do have any suggestions for measures that could address or mitigate their concerns, then again, we'd be very happy to hear them.
I'm totally in your mercy at the moment. As you know, we're rapidly running out of time. I'm happy to open it up to questions, or if you would rather to stop at this point and reflect. It's entirely up to yourself of where you would like to go, if you'd like to indicate.
Madam Convener, we're at a slight disadvantage because Bill, if this were postponed, Bill is about to go on holiday in the near future and would not therefore be able to give his evidence. So we would prefer to move, I think, straight to listen to Bill's evidence.
But that's on a different category, is that correct?
It is indeed, yes.
So we haven't finished this one, unfortunately.
Well,
so
are you asking us if there are any
it's
questions?
only specifically on this category at the minute, unfortunately.
Right. So is the next move to ask if we have any questions?
Yes.
I would only just like to say that you've made much about the paths that are going to be around the school and the parkland that's going to be there. But the cycling and the park, the concrete paths around it, are really only part of the infrastructure of a school. I can't see how they benefit the community, especially since it's in the school grounds.
The cycle path would be accessible to not just the school community but the wider community as well. It completes the Sustrans network in Edinburgh and is actually with the actual boundary of the school grounds.
Well, despite what I've just said, I have a quick question. Could you tell me how, if I wanted to use one of these pitches on a Sunday afternoon, what would I have to do in order to be able to do that?
The way in which we will manage this, we have not worked out the detail of that as yet. But I would, whatever part of the authority, whether it's the school or a central department, is dealing with bookings, you would currently phone them up. We're hoping to move to an online booking system. And if you lived within the local area that we've defined previously, then it would be freely bookable if it's not already in use by another party, the school or another member of the community or somebody who's paid for it.
And would I have to be let in to the through an enclosed area onto the all-weather pitch?
Sorry,
what I'm saying is the pitch freely accessible?
When I say freely accessible, it's free to use.
No, I meant freely, not free. How do I actually get onto the pitch? I've phoned up and I said I would like to be there next Sunday morning.
If it's a formal booking, there would be a gate that would be open for you. But in other times, there would be what's called it's a cat flap, but it's a phrase that's used to describe a smaller entrance in the fence or gate.
Yeah.
The casual access to the pitches would be available.
And could I get in without booking?
If nobody's using it, yes.
Right.
Okay. You did say that there are many other schools in the city where there are. This is the only school in the city where we're offering that facility because of unique facilities, because of the unique circumstances. I'm sorry.
I thought Castlebrae had something like that, and they've had to stop it.
I'm not aware that Castlebrae has got anything of that nature. This is the only school in the city where this free open access is being offered to the local community at all times.
Thank you. Any further question on this point, Ms Klein?
Yes, Madam Convener, I wonder if I could just clarify, if perhaps misunderstood the way proceedings are being managed. Is this the final opportunity to carry on the discussion about loss of amenity? Yes. In which case, as I indicated in my opening statement, I do have a few questions that I would like to put to the other side about that in particular issue. I noticed just the other day that one of the documents on the website was health and social benefits of open space. You'll be familiar with this document. At paragraph 1, it quotes, "When properly designed and cared for, they bring communities together." And my question is, do you believe that the City of Edinburgh Council has done that with the park?
Document are you referring to? Sorry.
I understood it was a document that the council itself had lodged. It was on the Parliament website. I was directed to it. It was called Health and Social Benefits of Open Space.
I'm not familiar with that document.
It's published with Group 2 evidence, I'm being told by... It was submitted by the Group 2.
Right. Sorry, I'll try and answer you. Could you repeat your question?
Yes. The document says at paragraph 1, when properly designed and cared for, and I'll put in open spaces, they bring communities together. And my question is, do you believe that the City of Edinburgh Council has done that, i.e. properly designed and cared for Portobello Park?
I wouldn't be in a position to answer that. I was not involved in the design of Portobello Park. What I can say is that in designing the proposals for what we would do in Portobello Park, we've very much taken those factors into consideration.
I can appreciate your comments regarding you not being involved in designing the park. However, the council does have an obligation to care for the park, and my question is, do you believe the council has cared for the park in recent years?
That is not within my responsibility.
Yes, but you can express an opinion on that. I didn't ask you whether it was in your bailiwick or not. I asked you whether...
Well, with all due respect, again, it's primarily in this bill, and I think the point has been addressed. So if we can move on to further questions.
Yes.
Thank you.
Part of, the whole issue about the park not being cared for, and, the whole question about usage being an issue, and partly the reason why the council thinks that it has the right to proceed with this agenda. Have members of the public had to phone and ask for the grass to be cut? Have you any knowledge of whether the benches are in a good state of repair and able even to be sat upon? Are the former football pitches able to be used? So I suppose my question is, if you'll forgive the choice of words, is there a level playing field?
I'm being asked the question about a piece of land that the Children and Families Department is not responsible for. I'm not sure of the relevance of this question.
Fine. We've heard the council's response.
Okay.
It's a matter for the council, this question, so it's not a matter for me to answer.
I fully appreciate that, Madam Convener. Thank you.
Could I just come back to Mr McIntyre's response? You're saying about the alternative green space. The alternative green space is a good bit away from Portobello Park. It's not going to make up for what we're losing, and it's not going to make it possible for a lot of the people in that area to enjoy open green space the way we do at present.
In response, there are compensatory measures that are being provided in the park, but I would refer to the evidence provided by Dr McCulloch in the first group of objectors, who suggested that a distance of 1 kilometre was actually a reasonable distance to travel to a new area of open space. This would be less than that, so I don't really see the issue here, I'm afraid. It would be longer. There is some distance. I think when we walked it was about 10 to 12 minutes. In our evidence we've suggested it has been 12 minutes, but there are other areas of significant open space that are accessible to all, with a few exceptions in the Christians within 800 metres, and that's in accordance with the Council's open space policy.
Okay. Thank you. Any further questions?
some further questions. So in respect of the matters I just addressed to you that you didn't feel able to answer about grass being cut, benches, you know, generally not being able to play on a flat football pitch and what have you, would you imagine that all of that would have affected the results of the usage survey?
Again, I'm being asked the question that's conjecture and opinion, convener. Ironside Farrer undertook a usage audit based on the extent to which, this was in 2009, the extent to which the park was being used at that point in time. And that was a factor that was taken into consideration, not just in assessing how well the park was used, but also what current uses would be re-provided as part of our proposals. And that's what we've used that information for. To offer an opinion would be purely conjecture on my part, and I don't think it would be appropriate.
Thank you. There was a public meeting at Meadowbank, I think in January of 2013 during the consultation process, when a speaker said that 12 football matches had routinely taken place on Portobello Park. Do you recall that, Mr McIntyre? Each weekend?
I can't recall that specific comment.
Okay. After
if you could explain the purpose of what the question is, that would be...
Well, partly it's to ask whether after the archaeological dig, which I understand took place in order to make sure there wasn't anything of significance that could disrupt a build, was the flat playing area where the football pitches had formerly resided, was that restored and football posts put back up?
Firstly, the area is not flat, never has been flat. There is a slope to the football pitches. There was a delay in reinstating the impact of the archaeological works on the basis that we considered at the time it would have not been sensible to do so, because we at that point still had the hope that we could have got on and actually built the school in the park at that time. Therefore, to spend public money in reinstating the park would not have been considered to be sensible.
Note, unfortunately, I will have to end proceedings this afternoon. Despite our best efforts, we have run over, and I will now take that to a discussion with my colleagues on how best we take the evidence forward on those that we haven't heard already. I do apologise, particularly to Mr Flockhart, who is unable to give his evidence this morning, but I can assure you, despite my best efforts to try and get some evidence from you this morning, others weren't willing to work with me in that regard, so my apologies for that. But we'll have to suspend now, and I thank all witnesses for their attention this morning and this afternoon. Thank you.